darkness, my old friend, I've come to talk with you again. Because a vision softly creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping. And the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence.
In restless dreams I walked alone, narrow streets of cobblestone. 'Neath the halo of a street lamp, I turned my collar to the cold and damp. When my eyes were stabbed by the flash of a neon light that split the night and touched the sound of silence.
And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking, people hearing without listening, people writing songs that voices never share. And no one dare disturb the sound of silence.
Of silence, of silence, of silence.
Fool said I, you do not know. Silence like a cancer grows. Hear my words that I might teach you. Take my arms that I might reach you. But my words like silent raindrops fell and echoed in the wells of silence.
And the people bowed and prayed to the neon god they made.
And the signs are shouting for me, and the words that he was for me. And the signs said the words of the prophets are written on the subway walls and tenement halls, and whispered in the sound of silence.
Thank you guys for watching our new video for Sound of Silence. We hope you loved it. We have very exciting news. We are going on a world tour. And you guys, tickets are available right now, so go grab those.
At ptxofficial.com.
Yes.
See you there. And don't forget. Bye.
Of silence.
doubt I will trip.
Hey.
Good
Welcome,
morning.
everybody.
How's everybody doing? Thank you guys for coming out. Welcome. Can you believe it? Our 9th annual Unite IE Conservative Conference. How many of you were here on the first annual Unite IE Conference? Thank you guys. Thank you so much for coming back.
I love seeing so many familiar faces here. A great event. I get to be with all of my friends. These are my favorite events of the year to come to things like this. So we just first and foremost hope you enjoy yourself today. Thank you for your support. This is, the so-called VIP event, but I think everybody's a VIP if they're listening to our radio station.
Especially if you're in this room right now. Now, how many of you listen to The Morning Answer? Well, thank you guys. Officially, I'm Jennifer Horn.
And I'm Grant Stinchfield.
And
It sounded just like it does on the radio.
I know, except without the screams, actually. I like it. Could
That's
you guys
right.
come to the studio with us on Monday? Now, if you guys are really Morning Answer listeners, then you know we have a pretty incredible crew that we forced to come to this event today. Put your hands together for our newest member of the Morning Answer team. He is our video man. He is our phone man. We call him Hot Chocolate Jose.
Where is he? Oh, he's not here?
He's right there. He was supposed to be right there.
I saw him. Well, there's Dan, the phone man
Lame.
over there.
Our executive producer, Daniel West.
There he is.
There's
Hot Chocolate
Jose.
Jose. Hot Chocolate, come up here. Come up here.
Come on, Dan.
Dan, come up here. These guys are the greatest guys to have on your team. I watch their faces the entire 3 hours to see if I'm getting a reaction. And if I'm getting a reaction from them, I hope I'm getting a reaction from you. It's kind of my barometer, but it's such a pleasure to work with the two of you, so thank you.
Do you know why we call him Hot Chocolate Jose? You got it, sir. He likes hot chocolate. That's right.
I never met a morning crew guy who doesn't drink coffee. But
we're going to work on it.
We're going to
though.
work on it.
Thank
That's
you
right.
two very much. A big part of the Morning Answer team. And also wanted to say a big special sponsor, or thank you to our sponsors who are the reason that we are all here today. If you are here already, please wave or stand up. Western Electrical Contractors Association, Dave Everett.
There we go.
Thank you, Dave.
My grandfather was an electrical contractor, so way to go. The America Great Store.
That sounds like my favorite kind of store.
Absolutely.
Are you guys here? Also, a big thank you to Miles Financial. Billy Miles is here.
And then we've got title sponsors, DeHart Construction, Kathy DeHart.
Yay, I see them right there. And of course, United American Mortgage, our friend Ed Hoffman. Thank you for being such a great supporter, Ed. There he is, way back there. All right, are you guys ready to have some fun today, guys? This is going to be an exciting event. I am so happy that you're here early because you're going to hear from a declared presidential candidate in just a matter of moments. And the day does not stop there. We have joining us Dr. Sebastian Gorka, Officer Brandon Tatum, Assemblyman Bill Asaley, and a whole lot more. But first,
And Ken Timmerman.
Ken Timmerman
Yes,
is here
he'll
as
be
well,
here
too.
as well.
That's right. Stephen Moore will be here. It's going to be a big day. All right. So let's put your hands together. I want you to stand up for our next speaker, our first speaker of the day for our VIP luncheon. You know what that music means. Former host of a primetime show, The Larry Elder Show, on AM 870, AM 590, The Answer.
He is the brains behind the films Uncle Tom 1 and 2.
And hosting a show formerly on the Epic Times, but now all of that is in the rear view because we have declared candidate for President of the United States. We call him the Sage.
Larry Elder.
Elder.
I have a special surprise for Larry.
While
today.
you're still standing, just tune So before we let him get started, can we sing a little happy birthday to the great Eldersky?
It's his birthday.
Come on.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Larry, or the sage. Happy birthday to you.
Wow, a standing ovation already. Hope you feel that way after I'm done. Say hello to the black face of white supremacy. You know, after I announced the first major event was in Iowa at the Faith and Freedom Coalition. And so my team says to me, "Are you nervous?" I said, "No, I'm pretty." Oh, thank you. $5 million check. Less $5 million. "Are you nervous?" I said, "No, I'm pretty good." "Oh, yeah, but are you nervous?" A few minutes later, "Yeah, hi, are you nervous?" I said, "Well, I wouldn't be if you would stop asking me, am I nervous?" The most nerve-wracking thing I ever did, and I've done a lot of nerve-wracking things. I am a lawyer. I did a appellate court case where the judges ask you questions, done a lot of speaking. I was asked to throw the first pitch at Dodger Stadium. And when I told my brother Kirk, first thing he said was, "Throw it from the mound and don't bounce it. You'll never hear the end of it." So I go out with my producer and I practice throwing the first pitch at Pierce College. My first pitch, the ball bounced twice. So I practice. Day of the first pitch comes out and I am really, really nervous and I'm late to the Dodger Stadium. And when I get there, I'm the second person to throw out the first pitch. Somebody threw one out first, kind of a pre-throw out. And it was a military vet. He was in his 90s, in a wheelchair, one leg missing. He didn't throw it from the mound, but he was pretty far away from the plate. And I'm so nervous, I'm watching him throw the ball, and it went right over the plate. The marketing director was standing next to me. I said, "My God, this guy is 90 years old. He's in a wheelchair. He's got one leg missing. He threw it right over the plate." She leaned over and said, "Yeah, and he's blind." I don't know if you saw it, but I have it on YouTube. I threw a perfect strike. I have a website, before I forget to say it. It's called elderforpresident.com. The hardest thing about running, one of the reasons I think people don't run, is because you spend most of your time, at least initially, raising money. And in order to qualify for the first debate, which is in Milwaukee in August, you have to raise a certain amount of money from a certain number of people. The most you can give is $3,300 for the primary, and then $3,000. I see you're reaching into your pocket, sir. Is that a check? Whipping out? Oh, glasses? All right. $3,300 for the primary, $3,300 for the general, so you can max out at $6,600. And in the unlikely event that I am not the nominee, you get your $3,300 from the general back. So for all of you out there who want to help me out, $6,600 is your max. Elderforpresident.com is the website. I have been asked many, many, many times, what about Trump? What about Trump? And Republicans are of two minds about the former president. In one camp are people who love former Donald Trump president. And then there are those who love what he did as president, but are fearful for reasons that, in my opinion, are almost entirely irrational, do not feel he can win in November 2024. And for people who feel that way, for people who feel that for all the things that he did, for reasons that I said are almost entirely irrational, so many of the so-called swing voters, and these elections now, this is a 50-50 nation. The difference is about 200 or 300 voters. That's about it. 200,000 or 300,000 voters in a handful of states. Look at the states that are swing voters. Almost all of them are won or lost by just a few percentage points. You add up the difference, you're talking about 200,000 or 300,000 people. And these are primarily women in the suburbs, many of whom would not vote for Donald Trump if he walked on water. They would say he can't swim. And it's as I said, almost pathological. Maybe someday they'll develop a vaccine. But it is what it is. And if you were worried that a rematch between Donald Trump and Joe Biden would result in 4 more years of Joe Biden and eventually a President Harris, that means you want somebody who has the same point of view, strong borders, pro-life, conservative judges, believe in school choice, believe that paying people not to work was a dumb, brain-dead idea, believe in the pullout of Afghanistan, encourage Putin to invade Ukraine, believe that the pullout of Afghanistan is encouraging China to be more aggressive. If you believe all those things, but you want somebody that the swing voters find personable, likable, knowledgeable, with a good sense of humor, I'm your man. The other two things I think I bring to the table are this. The Democrats love to put that knife in that mustard jar of racism and smear it over everything. And they accuse America of being systemically racist. And I don't believe a lot of them believe it. What they want is to keep black people angry, to keep them believing that they are victims, that they are oppressed. Why? To get that near 90 to 95% monolithic black vote without which the Democrats cannot win at the presidential level. So everything is systemically racist, foundationally racist, which is what Beto O'Rourke said, endemically racist, which is what Mayor Pete said. Virtually every issue, they figure out some sort of way of turning it into a racial issue to get black people angry. It is not only a lie, it is a lie that is hurting and killing the very people that the left claim that they care about. Let's take the lie that the police are systemically racist and they're killing black people just because they're black. It's caused something called the Ferguson effect or the George Floyd effect. I know I have police officers here. What's going on here is that officers are not engaging in proactive policing. They're pulling back. And as a result, a bunch of bad guys are on the streets who otherwise would be in jail or be off the streets. There's a data research scientist at Thomson Reuters, got fired for writing a paper where he talked about what he called were excess deaths. These are people in Chicago, in Los Angeles, in New York, who are now dead because the police refused to engage in proactive policing. Not hundreds, thousands. Almost all of whom are the very black and brown people that people on the left claim that they care about. The other effect is this. If you're a young black male and you've been given a steady diet that the police are systemically racist, whether it's from Barack Obama or Eric Holder or Al Sharpton or CNN or MSNBC or what have you, you're given that steady diet and you're pursued by a police officer, why in the world would you cooperate? Why in the world would you comply? After all, he's going to harm me. Virtually every one of these high-profile shootings and deaths would have been avoided if the suspect civilian had simply complied. So it's killing people, causing unnecessary conflict that would otherwise not be the case, but for that lie. I've told you that I don't believe a lot of them believe it themselves. Take Barack Obama. One of the reasons I believe Barack Obama was elected was because at the very least, he would end this notion that America is systemically racist. He gave a speech when he was running at a black church. He talked about how much racism there was in America. And he said the Moses generation, referring to the generation of Martin Luther King, has, quote, gotten us 90% of the way there, which I thought was reasonable. After all, there was a Fox opinion poll, 2002, 8% of Americans believe Elvis is still alive. 6% believe if you send him a letter, he'll get it. So you just have to write off around 8% of the people. So maybe we can work with that 2%. Then he said the Joshua generation, referring to himself, his generation, has to get us that additional 10%. He gave his first interview on 60 Minutes when he was a candidate. He had not yet caught Hillary, but he was gaining, otherwise they wouldn't have put him on 60 Minutes. And the correspondent, Steve Croft, said, Senator, if you don't get the nomination, will it be because of racism? I was home by myself. I said, let's see what this man says. Is he going to give what I call a victocrat answer, a la Jesse Jackson, a la Al Sharpton, or is he going to say the truth? And the man said the truth. He said, no. If I don't get the nomination, it will be because I have not articulated a vision that the American people can embrace. I said, hallelujah. Not going to vote for him. Not going to vote for a tax, spend, regulate, left-wing, Obamacare type Democrat, but at least he won't be offensive on this issue. What happened? Obama walks into the Oval Office the third week of January with a 70% approval rating. Can you imagine if Donald Trump ever hit 70? And Obama got elected with just 52% of the vote. 70%. Now, why would somebody all of a sudden who didn't vote for him approve what he's doing? Not because they want their taxes raised, not because they want socialized medicine, which is what they really want, but they said, okay, at the very least, he'll stop the nonsense. And every time Obama had an opportunity to stop the nonsense, he made it worse. Cambridge police acted stupidly, remember that? His friend Henry Louis Skip Gates, Harvard professor, on vacation, comes home to Cambridge where he lives, not exactly the hood, and he forgets his door key. And he and the driver break open his house, his door. Neighbor sees it, doesn't recognize Gates as belonging to the house, calls 911, just as you want your neighbors to do. White cop shows up, sees this black man in the house, very politely says, sir, would you please come out, show ID, so I know that you belong to the house. And instead of doing it, instead of cooperating, instead of complying with a reasonable request, Gates said, I'll come out if your mama tells me to come out. He briefly got arrested, and what did Obama say? What he should have said was, last night, I had a conversation with my buddy. I've known him for a number of years. I said, Skip, you are a Harvard professor. You're a role model for crying out loud. Cop was doing his job, showed up because you had a neighbor who cared about her neighborhood, which is what you want neighbors to be and do, and you copped an attitude. And I told him, you should apologize to the police officer. What did Obama say? And I quote, the Cambridge police acted stupidly. And I sent a message to police departments all over the country. And for the next 8 years, his rhetoric was like that time and time and time again. If I had a son, he looked like Trayvon. Well, George Zimmerman, the man who shot and killed Trayvon Martin, was found not guilty. It is true there were no blacks on the jury, but there was a black alternate. And the alternate said race never came up. And if I had been on the jury, I would have found him not guilty as well. Obama embraced Black Lives Matter. Initially on their website, Black Lives Matter attacked the nuclear family as a fake European construct. They've since taken it down, but that's what they had. Black Lives Matter was co-founded by trained Marxists. Marx, as you know, was an atheist who wanted to dethrone God. And what enabled black people to move forward after slavery, when there was Jim Crow, when there was KKK, when there was virulent racism, is that very few black boys and girls entered the world without a father in the home married to the mother. It was rare. A strong belief in Judeo-Christian values, a strong belief in patriotism, and a strong belief in entrepreneurship, all of which are under attack by organizations like Black Lives Matter. Karl Marx not only did not believe in capitalism, he did not believe in ownership of private property, for crying out loud. Obama embraced Black Lives Matter. Obama invited Reverend Sharpton, the biggest race hustler in America, to the White House over 80 times. Obama's AG, Eric Holder, who was a partner at a law firm, DC, called Steptoe & Johnson. At one time, a few years ago, the man was making $4 million a year while whining about systemic racism in America. I guess everybody else, unlike him, had been unable to navigate through the thicket of systemic racism, but he could. He gave a speech once, Eric Holder, and he talked about pernicious racism in America. And he gave 3 examples. Example number one, he called voter ID an example of pernicious racism. Here's the problem. Most blacks support voter ID. And in the Georgia laws that were reformed, Joe Biden said, worse than Jim Crow, it's Jim Ego. Blacks in Georgia voted in record numbers. I guess they weren't so stupid as to be able to figure out how to vote. The second example that Eric Holder gave of pernicious racism was the fact that in any given school, high school, black boys are kicked out disproportionately compared to other races in that school. To that end, Jesse Jackson sued the Decatur, Illinois School Board I think it was in the mid-'80s. They kicked out a bunch of black kids who were fighting after a football game. All-white school board. Jackson sued them, claiming they were guilty of systemic racism. They pointed out in their lawsuit, all over the country, irrespective of the race of the school board, irrespective of the race of the teacher, irrespective of the race of the principal, black boys were disproportionately kicked out because they were disproportionately acting out. And when you don't kick them out, you know who gets hurt? Black kids in the very same class, because the teacher now has to stop teaching, start disciplining, and the learning curve goes south for everybody. The judge threw out the lawsuit. Third example he gave is the fact, and it is a fact, that the average black criminal who commits the same crime as a white criminal gets a longer sentence. And he quoted the U.S. Sentencing Commission as his source. The sentence is about 19.5% longer. What he didn't tell you is that the same U.S. Sentencing Commission said the reason for this is the average black criminal has more convictions than the average white criminal, and judges, including black judges, take that into consideration when they mete out their sentences. So those are the three best examples you got for systemic racism, for pernicious racism. Then we're not doing too bad. The other issue that I will bring to the table is the 10,000-pound elephant in the room, which is the epidemic of fatherlessness in America. Thank you. Barack Obama, in one of his more candid moments, and by the way, I'm confident if ever I had a one-on-one conversation with the man, he would agree with everything I'm saying. This is a guy who went to the finest prep school in Hawaii, didn't even do that well by his own admission, ends up coming here to LA, goes to Occidental for 2 years, then he goes to Columbia, finishes up there, goes to Harvard. Man, by the way, never set foot in a public school, but opposes school choice for everybody else. He then runs for Senate, gets elected. Before he knew where the bathroom was, he ran for president and got elected. And he tells us that racism is in America's DNA. Remember that? The first time Gallup asked white Americans if they would vote for a black president was in the 1950s. And only about 35% said yes. Now only about 4% of whites say they would never vote for a black person if they thought he or she was qualified. If racism is in America's DNA, how did the DNA change? Obama said a kid raised without a father is 5 times more likely to be poor and commit crime, 9 times more likely to drop out of school, and 20 times more likely to end up in jail. Now the question is, how have we gone from having 25% of black kids entering the world without a father in the home married to the mother in 1965 to 70% now? In fact, 25% of white kids now enter the world without a father in the home married to the mother. Half of Hispanic kids do. 40% of all American kids now enter the world without a father in the home married to the mother. What we've done with our welfare state is we've incentivized women to marry the government, and we've incentivized men into abandoning their financial and moral responsibility. And we do not talk enough about it. The way this country has unraveled since Joe Biden has been in office is almost jaw-dropping. 5 million illegal aliens now in this country in the last 2.5 years. Are you kidding me? That's more than many states. And some number of them are on the terror watch list. We know that because we caught some of them on there. There are so many gotaways, we have no idea how many are on the terror watch list. from over 100 different countries. Are you mad? Are you nuts? They've convinced themselves that everything Donald Trump did to have given us the most secure border we've ever had to be undone because, after all, he's a racist. So catch and release is back. The Stay in Mexico program, gone. They watered down Title 42, pretty soon it'll be gone. And a bunch of other things that they've done. When Biden got elected, Martha Raddatz is a reporter for ABC News. She's on the border. She's talking to this Hispanic coming up from the border. And she says to him, "Would you be doing this if Trump got reelected?" He said no. She was shocked. So if Trump weren't elected, she said again, you would not try it? No, I wouldn't try it. Biden has given us permiso. That's what he said. So just by changing the rhetoric, that alone caused a whole bunch of people who otherwise wouldn't have even attempted to come here to now come here. And the people that are most hurt by this, once again, are the very black and brown people living in the inner city that people on the left purport to care about. The U.S. Civil Rights Commission did a study, and both the moderates, the liberals, and the conservatives all agreed that the group most hurt are unskilled black and brown people living in the inner city who now have to compete against illegal aliens for jobs, and the presence of illegal alien labor puts downward pressure to the tune of almost $2,000 annually to the wages of people. And that about 1 million more black people would have jobs but for the presence of illegal alien labor. So the people hurt most by illegal aliens are the very people that people on the left claim that they care about. Where have we seen that story before? Paying people not to work. All the spending. Biden said the inflation is going to be transitory. It hasn't been transitory. It's calmed down a little bit, but it's still near 40-year highs. And it's not like he wasn't warned. Bill Clinton's Treasury Secretary, Lawrence Summers, warned that all the spending was going to be inflationary, ignored it. Barack Obama has a guy named Steve Ratner, his car czar. He warned against the spending, said it would be inflationary. Biden ignored it. It's not like the man wasn't warned. The pullout of Afghanistan. Nobody told me that the Afghan military and government would collapse the way they did. Nobody. Bull. There were several generals who warned him, who told him. He ignored it. Do you know that 85% of black 8th graders in America are neither reading nor math proficient at grade level? 85%. Half of them aren't even basic reading proficient, which means a substantial number of black 13-year-olds are functionally illiterate. And the Democrats are talking about inequities, they're talking about reparations, and they oppose school choice. The money should follow the child rather than the other way around. Look at their own lives. The Obamas, Sasha and Malia, they went to a private school that was run by professors at the University of Chicago. And when they moved to Washington, D.C., Sasha and Malia enrolled in the same prep school, Sidwell Friends, $40,000 a year that Chelsea Clinton enrolled in. Biden went to private schools. His children went to private schools. So the Democrats talk the talk about public education. They don't walk the walk. There was a study done some years ago by Fordham University, Fordham think tank, and government school teachers, a term I prefer, government school, with school-age kids were asked where you send your own kids. Nationwide, roughly 10% of families have their kids in government schools. 6% of black families do. 49% of Philadelphia government school teachers with school-age kids had their own kids in private schools. 39% Chicago, 28% here in LA. I've said this is the equivalent of opening up a restaurant, putting up a big sign saying, come on in, eat the food. We sure won't. Yet the Democrats oppose school choice. So what's my lane? How do I expect to win? As you know, when I ran for governor in California, I got in with just 8 weeks left. Thank you. Yeah. I wasn't sure that I wanted to run. I never run for anything before other than third grade class president. And yes, sir, I did win that one, so I'm batting 500. Got in with 8 weeks left. In 8 weeks, we raised $27 million. Thank you. From 150,000 individual donors, half of whom came from outside of California. Now, why would somebody contribute who doesn't live in California, never lived in California, don't intend to move to California? Because they know that what we do affects everything, or should I say infects everything. It was a two-part deal, as you know. Ballot one was, do you want Gavin Newsom recalled? That didn't happen. Ballot two was, whom do you want to replace him? On the replacement side, there were 45 other candidates. 3.5 million votes. We carried 49% of the votes. The next highest person had 9%. California had 58 counties. On the replacement side, we carried 57 of 58. The only one I lost was San Francisco, and lost that by 149 votes. And didn't spend one dime in advertising or 1 minute going there because we thought it was a lost cause. I could have carried that as well. The party wanted the two-term mayor of San Diego, whose name is Kevin Faulconer. I carried San Diego County by 30 points. The state party appeared to want a guy named Kevin Kiley, who's now in the U.S. House of Representatives, Sacramento area, good guy, but I carried his areas by 30 points. It was clear that the grassroots wanted me. And I was sort of hoping at some point Kevin McCarthy, who wanted Faulconer, would tell the Republican congressional delegation, only two of whom, by the way, publicly supported me, Doug LaMalfa in Sacramento, and Michelle Steele. Outside of that, not a single one of the other Republican members of the California House congressional delegation publicly supported me. Darrell Issa said kind things, allowed me to take pictures with him, but he never officially endorsed me. Only two of them did. I did not say one negative thing about any of my Republican rivals, not one. I wish they had returned the favor. I was a front runner right away, and the week went on, the lead got bigger and bigger and bigger. And whenever I was given a chance to say something negative about my Republican rivals, what do you think about John Cox, I was asked. He's the one who ran against Gavin Newsom in 2018. He also ran the recall election. I said, I'm not here to talk about John Cox. I'm here to talk about the way Gavin Newsom shut down this state against science in a way more severe than anybody else. I'm here to talk about how he was sitting up there at the French Laundry, which I thought was a place you took your tux to get cleaned, incurring a $12,000 wine tab. Now, I don't know that much about wines, but I do enjoy the occasional glass of red wine. I don't know what he ordered, but I assure you it wasn't Mad Dog 2020. I'm here to talk about the fact that for the first time in California's 170-year history, people are leaving. We've lost about 500,000 people in the last 2.5, 3 years. And the primary reason they give is they cannot afford a house. Average price of a home in California, 175% above the national average. Why? Because of the relationship between the Democrats and the environmentalists who believe that you ought not build anything, construct anything. And as a result, we have fewer homes than we should have. We're down well over 1 million units because of the stranglehold the environmentalists have over Sacramento. I'm here to talk about the COVID vaccine mandates, mandating masks, mandating the vaccine, mandating that state workers be vaccinated or be tested on a regular basis. I'm here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about homelessness. When Gavin Newsom was mayor of San Francisco, two-term mayor, He promised to end homelessness in that city by the end of his term. When he left, it was worse. He spent 8 years as lieutenant governor, pounding on the table, insisting he had nothing to do. I suggested maybe you should go back to your home city of San Francisco and complete the job that you promised to do. By the way, Gavin Newsom is under the illusion that at some point he's going to be the Democratic nominee for president. He'd love to do it now, but he knows he can't challenge Joe Biden, because if he challenges Joe Biden, essentially he's challenging Kamala Harris, and you can't do that. I told you years ago that when Joe Biden got elected, his job was to simply drag himself across the finish line and defeat Trump. After that, they couldn't have cared less. They were going to hand over the baton to Kamala Harris, but they forgot to tell Joe. And because they did better in the midterms than they thought they were going to do, I knew he was going to be a lock to run again, and he did announce. Some people speculated that because Kamala Harris is less popular, they were going to drop kick her and put somebody else in there. Are you kidding me? The first primary for Democrats is South Carolina. They moved it because Iowa is too white. Never mind, Barack Obama won the Iowa primary in 2008, but go figure. South Carolina, 60% of the primary voters are black. The majority of those are black females. Black females are the most loyal part of the Democratic base. And they love Kamala Harris. And if it is perceived that Kamala Harris is dropkicked, especially for some white dude like Gavin Newsom or Mayor Pete, now don't get me wrong, they won't vote Republican, they just won't vote, almost ensuring that whoever the Republicans nominate, he or she will win in November 2024. So they can't run that risk. So they are stuck with those two. And if for whatever reason Joe Biden doesn't make it to November, Kamala Harris is going to be the nominee. They're stuck with her. The question remains, do they intensely dislike Donald Trump so much that they will vote for somebody like Kamala Harris, who doesn't appear to know what she's doing, what she's saying? And the answer is a large number of so-called swing voters dislike this man to that degree. It is a unfairness. I ask everybody here, have you lost friends because of your support for Donald Trump? Yes. Have you lost coworkers because of your support for Donald Trump? Have you no longer been able to talk to relatives because of your support for Donald Trump? This is what I'm talking about. Whether you think it's fair or not, deserved or not, it is there. The question remains, do you want a candidate where so many people have such pathological disdain that we run the risk of losing again in November 2024? Or do you want somebody with the policies, personality, temperament, sense of humor, drive, compassion, so we can win? And again, if that's your position, I'm your man. Were those lights flickering because you want me to stop? Is that it? No? All right. Are we having a brownout? Gavin Newsom says we're going to go to all electric cars, new cars by 2035. And then 2 days later, he issued an energy alert telling people who have EVs not to charge them up during peak hours. So maybe we're having another one. You know my story. I've told you this before. My father never knew his biological father. So it is not a death sentence. It's still about choices. My father was thrown out of his house when he was 13 years old by his irresponsible mother, who could neither read nor write. By the way, my dad celebrates his birthday on May 25. He wasn't born in a hospital. He was born in the back of a room. And normally in those days, the family would write the birth date in the family Bible, but his mother was illiterate, so my dad has no idea what his birthday is. He goes to elementary school. Teacher says, "What's your birthday?" He said, "I have no idea." He knew the year, didn't know the date. She wrote down May 25, which was her birthday. So every time May 25 would roll around, I'd say, "Dad, we have a 1 in 365 chance of this being the actual day." You heard the story, people say that I was dirt poor. When you are thrown out of the house with nothing in your pocket, on dirt roads, as was the case in Athens, Georgia, where my dad lived, he was literally dirt poor. He goes down the road, does anything he can, picks up trash, cleans out barns. Ultimately, my dad got a job with the largest private employer of those days, Pullman Porters. So this little black boy from Athens, Georgia, goes all around the country, and he comes to this place called California, a city called Los Angeles. And he was amazed you could walk through the front door of a restaurant and get served. And my dad always had packages of crackers and tin cans of tuna, because you never knew in the South if you'd be able to get a meal. So my dad made a mental note, maybe someday I'll relocate to California. Pearl Harbor, my dad joined the Marines. How many Marines we have here? I asked my dad, why the Marines? You know what I'm going to say? 2 reasons. They go where the action is. I love the uniforms. My dad is stationed on Guam. War is over. He goes to Chattanooga, Tennessee, where he met and married my mom, and tried to get him a job as a short order cook, because my dad was in charge of cooking for the colored soldiers, because the military was segregated in those days. And he goes to restaurant to restaurant to restaurant. I've told you this story before, forgive me for the language. And he's told, we don't hire niggers. My dad said, I've cooked for the military, we don't hire niggers. Goes to the unemployment office. Lady says, you went through the wrong door. My dad goes to the hall, sees colored only, goes to that door to the very same lady who sent him out. My dad said, this is BS. I'm going to LA, where I was before the war. I'm gonna get me a job as a cook. I'll send for you. Comes out to LA, walks around for a day and a half. I'm sorry, you don't have any references. My dad said, I need references to make ham and eggs? Unemployment office, this time just one door. She says, I have nothing. What time do you open? 9 o'clock. What time do you close? 5 o'clock. I'll be sitting in that chair until you find something. My dad sat in the chair for a whole day, came back the next day, sat there until lunchtime. She calls him up. I have something. I don't know whether you're going to want it. My dad said, of course I'm going to want it. I'm starting a family. What is it? She said, it's a job cleaning toilets and Nabisco brand bread. My dad did that for 10 years. Took a second full-time job with another bread company cleaning toilets for 10 years. Cooked for a family on the weekend because they wanted my mom to be a stay-at-home mom, as she was until the youngest of us was in middle school. And he went to night school 2 or 3 nights a week to get his GED. The man never slept, which is why he was so grouchy all the time. And my dad and I had a quarrel when I was 15 years old. He started a little cafe when he was 47. I had to work for him. I didn't like working for him because he would yell at me all the time. And now I'm 15 years old, working for him for 5 years, and he yelled at me. I said to myself, I've had it. I'm not putting up with his temper anymore. And I walked out of the restaurant, never having defied my dad before. He comes home. For the first time, I defied my dad. He said, why did you leave? And I said, Dad, I got sick and tired of the way you spoke to me, and I'm not putting up with it anymore. My dad looked at me. He paid me $10 a day plus tips. I'm laying on my bed. My dad balled up the $10. He threw it at me, and we did not have another conversation for 10 years. Now, we have a tiny little house, and I knew what his hours were, so I just made sure I avoided being in the same room with him. And then I graduate from high school. I go away to college in New England. I come back to visit my mom, made sure we were never in the same room. I go to law school, visit my mom, make sure we're never in the same room. I did not speak to the man for 10 years. Now I'm 25 years old. I just graduated from law school. I came to California, took the California bar, passed that, took the Ohio bar, passed that. And now I'm living in Cleveland, Ohio. I'm making the equivalent of about 150, 160K, 25 years old. I should be living large, but I can't sleep. And I know it's because of my dad. I never thought we'd be friends, but I called my secretary. I said, cancel all my appointments. I'm going to LA, and I'll be back in a couple of days. I was going to have about a 5 or 10 minute conversation with my dad, tell him what a rotten father I thought he was. He'd tell me I'm an ungrateful son. Maybe I go back to Cleveland and be able to sleep. So I come to LAX. I took a cab right from the airport to the restaurant. I walked in. My dad was shocked to see me, of course. I walked in at 1:30. I knew he closed at 2:30. I said, Dad, I want to talk to you. He said, should I put your bags in the back? I said, no, Dad, I'm only going to be here for 5 or 10 minutes. I want to talk to you. He said, wait for an hour. We close. So I sat there. And I said, now, Larry, don't tee off on the man. Don't tell him everything he's ever done, every slight, everything. Just give him the Cliff Notes. So my dad sat down, and I teed off on him. You guys know how I can go. I spoke for 20 minutes. I told him everything he ever said, everything he ever did, every slight, everything. The time he spanked me in front of my best friend Carl, the time he spanked me in front of my cousin Elaine when she was visiting from Cleveland. I told him everything he'd ever done. I spoke for 20, 25 minutes nonstop. After 25 minutes, I was out of ammo. And my dad said, is that it? You didn't speak to me for 10 years because of that? For the first time I saw my father cry, I never thought my father could perform such a function. He said, let me tell you about my father. That's when he told me that Elder was not his father's name. I said, what? Who's your father? I don't know. I never saw him. You never saw your father? Who's Elder? Elder was some man who was in my life the longest, maybe 4 years. My mother had a series of boyfriends, each one more irresponsible than the one before. Elder was an alcoholic who only worked occasionally. When he did work, he'd bring the check home, give it to my mother because he would drink it away. He'd want it on Wednesday. She wouldn't give it to him. He'd beat the crap out of her. When I tried to stop, he beat the crap out of me. And for the next 8 hours, this man told me his life. And he got bigger and bigger and bigger. And Larry got smaller and smaller and smaller. And now I'm crying. And I said, Dad, please forgive me. And my father said, there's nothing to forgive you didn't know. Just follow the advice I've always given you and your brothers. Hard work wins. You get out of life what you put into it. Larry, you cannot control the outcome, but you are 100% in control of the effort. Before you complain about what somebody did or said to you, go to the nearest mirror, ask yourself, what could I have done to change the outcome? And finally, my dad said this, no matter how hard you work, how good you are, sooner or later, bad things are going to happen to you. How you deal with those bad things will tell your mother and me if we raised a man. From that point on, my dad and I were the best friends. We had 35 great years together. My father was a Republican, the only black Republican I ever knew until after I graduated from law school. We'd be in the neighborhood, primaries, the ballots are different, so they have a bunch of booths for Democrats because everybody was a Democrat. They have one booth for the token Republican in the neighborhood. And everybody knew my dad was Republican because he went to that booth. He didn't give a rip. My dad said, Democrats want to give you something for nothing. When you try and get something for nothing, you almost always end up getting nothing for something. My mother was a lifelong Democrat, and I would watch them quarrel over the dinner table, always civilly. Nobody accused anybody of being a fascist or a Nazi. Nobody accused anybody of only caring about the rich, not caring about the poor. They argued civilly. Why can't we do that now? Why can't we have a conversation without one side calling us Nazis and fascists? We don't feel that way about those guys. We think they're wrong, ill-informed, in need of remedial education. We don't think they're fascists, but that's how they see us. I saw a poll that said 61% of Democrats think Republicans are racist, sexist, bigoted. 83% think Donald Trump is a racist, which means they believe half the country knowingly, willingly voted for a racist. Really? My race was over for governor. I go to a restaurant on the west side of LA. LA is all liberal, west side even more liberal. And I'm sitting there waiting for my buddy to come. He's late. The table next to me, the two ladies apparently feel sorry for me. They start talking to me. And I quickly find out that they've known each other since the second grade. They're 85 years old. One of them is celebrating her 85th birthday. They're both Jewish. They tell me this. One called herself a human rights interventionist, whatever that is. Another one called herself a psychotherapist. Now, about 15 minutes into the conversation, one of them said, wait a minute, I know who you are. You're that guy that ran for governor. You're that Larry Elder. She said, guess who we voted for? I said, you didn't vote for me. She said, how do you know that? I said, well, let's see. We're on the west side of LA. You're both Jewish. One of you is a human rights interventionist. It doesn't take Colombo to put that together. You didn't vote for me. And she said, you're right, we didn't. I said, tell me, how do you feel about the fact that this man shut down the state to the point where a third of all small restaurants, all restaurants, are now closed forever, most of them owned by mom and poppers, black and brown people that people on the left claim they care about? How do you feel about that? We know people who lost their jobs. We know people who lost restaurants. We think it's outrageous. How do you feel about the school system? They admitted they would never put their own children in a government school on a bed. How do you feel about the homelessness problem here? Outrageous that people have to step over people. It's not even healthy for them. Something should be done. How do you feel about people leaving California for the very first time? I know people that have moved to Tennessee. I know people who moved to Texas. I know people, she said, who moved to Florida. It's a shame we can't keep our own population. How do you feel about the crime? They both admitted they had close encounters. They knew people who had been victimized by crime. I said, so here we are completing each other's sentences, and you didn't vote for me. I said, have you ever had a conversation with a conservative Republican? And they both admitted they had not. I said, so you live in a world where you just hang around with people who think like you don't even have a conversation with somebody who thinks like me? They were ashamed to admit that they had. Race is over. A buddy of mine recommended a massage therapist. I have some back issues. So I go to this person's, I thought it was gonna be an office. It's a house. I knock on the door. She opens it up, got tattoos everywhere, holes everywhere except her eyeballs, and I'm hit in the face with a whiff of marijuana. Not that I know what marijuana smells like, of course. I've read about it in books. So she's working on me, and she's playing Motown music, my favorite genre. A song would come on, and I said, well, this is The Temptations. The song was written by Smokey Robinson, about whom Bob Dylan said was America's greatest living poet. It's a little unclear whether he really said it, but that's been the rumor. Another song comes on. This is Marvin Gaye. Marvin Gaye's father killed him on a street called Gage Avenue, not too far from my house. Another song would come on. I give her the backstory. And she said, I know who you are. You're the guy that ran for governor. Had I known how personable you are and what a great sense of humor you have, I would have voted for you. I said, do you know any Republicans? She said, no. I said, we have senses of humor. We're likable. We care. So the way America has divided itself into silos, people aren't talking to each other. You can't accept that I have a different point of view about abortion? Yes, I'm pro-life. And whenever I was asked about that on the campaign trail, I was called an extremist. I said, ask my opponent, Gavin Newsom, at what point has a pregnancy gone to the point where he would feel it would be murder? Ask him. And they never do. They never did. The only time I ever heard anybody ask that question was during the 2016 debate, and Bernie Sanders said, it's up to a woman. I said, really? So you feel, therefore, that Kermit Gosnell is a political prisoner? You know who Kermit Gosnell is? The Philadelphia abortion doctor who is behind bars as we speak for performing late-term abortions. So the logical extension of your argument is this man should be set free. He has been prosecuted unfairly, if not persecuted unfairly. Is that where you want to go? They don't want to talk about it. They want to call us extremists. and I was called sexist. Gavin Newsom says anybody who is against a, quote, woman's reproductive rights, translation abortion, wants to control women, wants to tell women what to do, are anti-women. I would respect that if I was pro-life only in the case of male babies. It's completely irrational argument, but they won't tell you at what point they feel a pregnancy has gone too far. But we're considered to be extremists. We can't have a conversation about this. I'm not sure I can convince you of the rightness of my position, but I certainly can convince you and should be able to convince you that I come to the argument in good faith. Jesse Jackson in 1977, believe it or not, spoke at a Right to Life rally in Washington, D.C. If you Google Jesse Jackson, 1977, and abortion sometime, you're going to read probably the most compelling case against abortion that you've ever read in your life. 7 years later, he did a 180. Why? Because he knew that if he wanted to run for president and be the Democrat nominee, you cannot be pro-life. You have to be pro-choice. So he threw his convictions that he wrote so compellingly just years earlier overboard. There's a dispute about whether or not MLK was pro-life. His niece, Alveda King, says so. I do know that his successor, Reverend Ralph David Abernathy, Southern Christian Leadership Conference, was adamantly pro-life. So now people that think that way and feel that way, the way Jesse Jackson felt in 1977, are anti-women, or trying to tell women what to do. Think about it, if you are pro-choice, whether or not your position has been thought through and whether or not it's fair for you to attack people who feel differently. Furthermore, reversing Roe v. Wade, all it did was put the issue back before the states the way it was for the entirety of our history until 1973, which is where it should have been in the first place. I want to just end with a few things. Irrespective of who the nominee is, in the unlikely event that I'm not the nominee, it is important for us to coalesce behind whoever that person is. We cannot have another 4 years of inflationary tactics and policies, of the war on oil and gas, of the hostility of school choice, of porous borders, of poor foreign policy decisions. We cannot afford 4 more years of that. So I vow to you that you will not hear me slamming any of these candidates. I will not be taking cheap shots at any of them. Someone once said to me, what are you going to do or say if Donald Trump comes up with a nickname for you? I said, well, after you've been called the black face of white supremacy, there's not a whole lot of runway. Let me just end on a somewhat lighter note. I love baseball. I'm a big Dodger fan. And 2 quick stories. Many times I meet people that I knew when I was a kid, and it's just so moving. When I was a little kid, I had a little box camera, and I would come to Dodger Stadium early so I could take pictures of the players. And they'd walk by, and I'd call out their name, and they would look up, chewing tobacco or chewing gum, and I would take their picture. But one player, I called his name out. He turned, he smiled, and he waved. The only one who did. Ron Fairley. Remember Ron Fairley? First base, also played right field. And I met him a few years ago. And I told him what I told you. And he said, you know, I always felt it was important because I knew that these fans were making my life easier, and I felt I had an obligation to give back. And so I promised myself whenever any fan showed me appreciation, I would show it back. I also promised myself whenever I signed anything, the signature would be extremely legible. And he signed something for me, and it was beautiful penmanship. And I said, you have no idea how these kinds of things affect people all their lives. I never forgot this one. Nobody else did it. The thing that I wanted to be when I was younger was a writer. And I enjoyed writing poetry. I met my favorite ball player by far was Sandy Koufax, by far. Nobody was even close. And I couldn't believe that on World Series, he refused to pitch because it was Yom Kippur. I said, Mom, what is Yom Kippur? When I taught Sunday school at church, she explained to me how important that holiday was, high holiday for Jews. Made me respect him even more. So fast forward a few years ago, I'm at a black tie affair held by the then owner of the Dodgers, Frank McCourt, and his wife for Hebrew University, and Sandy was there in the front. And I was there with a publicist named Warren Cowan. Warren Cowan knows everybody. I said, Warren, do you know Sandy Koufax? Yeah, I know him. Is there some sort of way you could maybe get me to come down there and say hello to him? Let me see what I can do. I'll be right back. He goes away, comes back. He says, follow me. And there's a parting of the Red Sea. We'll walk all the way up there to Sandy Koufax. He stands up. He looked amazing in his tux. Still looks good. I said, Sandy, you know, you're my favorite player. And I'm in a different field right now, but I started writing poetry. And the first poem I wrote was about you, and it got published in the little school newspaper. I said, can I give you the first stand? He goes, sure. I said, Koufax is on the mound. The game has just begun. He gets a sign from the catcher, and swish, strike one. Sandy put his arm on my shoulder, leaned forward, and said, don't quit your day job. Finally, I am running because my father was a Marine. He volunteered. My older brother, Kirk, was a Vietnam-era vet, Navy. He volunteered. My little brother, Dennis, was in the Army. He did go to Vietnam. He volunteered. I'm the only one who never served. And I don't feel proud about that. I feel that I should have taken at least a few years to give back to a nation that has been so good to my family and to me. Thank you. I am running because I feel that I have a moral obligation to give back to America. I feel I have a patriotic duty to give back to America. I feel I have a religious duty to give back to America. I feel I have something to contribute. I know I have something to say, and that is why I'm running for president. And with your help, we can go all the way to Washington. Thank you so much for listening to me. May God bless you, and may God continue to bless the greatest country ever. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
How about a big round of applause for our friend, the great Larry Elder. Grant hates a dead mic. You can use mine. You can't use mine.
There you go. I tell all candidates this, the most important thing is you should know, did you ask them for money and did you ask for their vote? The two most important things candidates need to ask for. And if you won't ask for their money, I'm going to ask for their money. Donate to this man right here, please. You could use your help.
And just as a little added piece of information, to qualify for those debates, he needs to have donations from multiple people. So elderforamerica.com. Show your support. One more round of applause for Larry Elder. All right, so did everybody have fun? We had a good lunch. So now we are taking a short break. We're going to come back at 1 o'clock. That's when the general admission folks will come. This is your chair, your seat for the entire event. I do want to tell you a couple of things. Right outside the door here to the left, or my left, if you want to get your book signed, Dr. Sebastian Gorka is out there right now. Officer Brandon Tatum will be around as well. So make sure you check out the hallway here. And then in this room, right over here, you passed by it when you checked in. That is where all of our groups are. So if you're looking to get involved, if you want to stay connected to the process, especially in Riverside and San Bernardino County, check out that room and say hello to some of the important groups there. And we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. And again, a big thanks to all our sponsors for the program today. We'll see you here at 1.
Yes, ma'am.
Turn it on. Hey, folks, one more announcement, too. Larry Elder's going to hang around to sign some books, too. So that's good news. In the hallway is where Larry will be, Officer Tatum in the other room, and Sebastian Gorka in the other room. So have fun.
All right, 1 minute warning, 1 minute warning. We're starting in 1 minute. Tell your friends. Ladies and gentlemen, from The Morning Answer, Jennifer Horn and Grant Stinchfield.
Hi, guys.
Good morning.
Oh, I know.
Wait, no, it's not the morning, is it?
I feel like it's 6 a.m. I told Grant, this is what we start with in the morning. I'm Jennifer Horn.
And I'm Grant Stinchfield, and I know we got some people flowing in here. We got a big show for you today, don't we?
We sure do. We'll stretch to allow them to come into the room because we are just getting started again. How many of you were here for our VIP lunch with the sage, Larry Elder? He was pretty awesome, wasn't he?
So obviously, Officer Tatum is here. You know, when we talk about radio hosts and 590 and 870, Sebastian Gorka is with us as well. And so radio hosts abundant this afternoon.
We have a full day for you guys. This is our 9th annual Unite IE Conservative Summit. We've been doing this for 9 years because of all of you in this room. And I think, Grant, we are so proud of today's lineup because if you are looking to turn California around, we need every single person in this room.
Yeah.
When we asked, and if you looked at our little ad, if you saw it on the website when you bought your tickets, the theme of this year's event is who can turn California around? Thank you. And by the way, because we are working at The Answer, I have the answer, Grant.
You do. Every morning you do.
I know, and if I don't, I fake it, right?
No.
Sometimes. But the answer to who can turn California around is me, is you, Grant, is every single one of you in this room.
But there are two people that can especially turn California around.
With their bare hands.
And that would be Hot Chocolate Jose and Dan the Phone Man. What integral part of our radio program these two guys play, and so thank you for what you do for us.
For
And
sure.
Thank you for making Jen and I look and sound good too. We appreciate you guys.
We have something on the Morning Answer. We say making Jen and Grant great again. And that's what they do. And do any of you listen to the Inland Empire Answer? Yay! Dan here has been joining me almost every show, and should we do more of that? How about that, Dan?
He's after my job. Is that it? No, he says. No, they always are.
So this year, the lineup is incredibly cool. We have, as you just saw, Larry Elder. And for those of you who missed it, I am so sorry because he was fabulous. We have Dr. Sebastian Gorka. Any America First fans here?
And then we have plenty of special guests. So we have Ken Timmerman. I think I saw him sitting over here before, but maybe he's now in the back. Alex Villanueva, the sheriff. I mean, I call this guy a hero sheriff to California. And the idiots that didn't vote for him are not in this room.
They are not in
obviously.
this room.
Mike Hestron is here.
Riverside County DA Mike Hestron. And we have a great sheriff in Riverside County. Anybody a fan of Chad Bianco around here?
Now, one of my favorite guys, and I started interviewing him back when I was on Newsmax, even before I came to the Morning Answer. So now he joins us, you know, every week on the Morning Answer. He comes on my Real America's Voice show all the time. Top economic advisor to President Trump.
Yep.
Stephen Moore is with us.
I have to say, he's the only guy I had not met in person that was coming to this event. And super excited because he is fabulous. He's got the best energy. And even when Joe Biden's sitting in the White House, he still makes you feel like it's going to be okay. That's a tough thing. Now, Assemblyman Bill Saley is also going to be here. An assemblyman from right here in the Inland Empire who went to work on day one in Sacramento and started fighting the good fight. And, of course, we cannot forget one of our top talkers on the station, Officer Brandon Tatum. Any fans here?
And then, you know, I called Sheriff Villanueva a hero sheriff, but I call this guy a hero pastor who was with us. And really headlining the event. Love this guy. Pastor Jack Hibbs is with us.
So are you guys ready to have some fun today? All right, don't forget, just want to give you a reminder that next door, we have our groups at tables throughout the day, so make sure on breaks or after that you spend some time getting involved. There also will be book signings out in the hallway from Brandon Tatum and Sebastian Gorka and Larry Elder. So just make sure you're checking it out. Really get the most out of your day today. And we wouldn't be able to do events like these without our friends who help us out so much and sponsor events like this one. A big special thank you. Raise your hand if you're here. Western Electrical Contractors Association, Dave Everett.
Thank you. The America Great Store.
Love it. Miles Financial with Billy Miles.
DeHart Construction. Kathy DeHart is here. I just got to meet. There you are, Kathy. Thank you for your support.
And I have to say a very special thank you to DeHart Construction because they are supporters at so many of our events. And Kathy, her daughter, I mean, they are like, I just love seeing them every single year. They are amazing people, as is our last sponsor today, a guy that you know so well who is on AM 590 every weekend, is a huge part of our community. United American Mortgage, Ed Hoffman, a big special thank you to him as well. Now, 9 years ago, this program was started because of two people, and we are going to pay tribute to one of them in just a few moments, my former partner, Don Dix. But that other person, the other co-founder of the United IE Conservative Summit, is here with us and such a big part of today's event. I want to make sure we bring up to the stage Greg Britton right now. He's a co-founder of the United IE Coalition, the host of the United IE program, heard right here on the weekends, AM 590, The Answer.
They asked me to give the invocation here today. Missed meetings, like elections, have consequences. But let us pray. We come before you, our Lord and Heavenly Father. We are grateful for our many blessings. We thank you, as Thomas Jefferson said, for giving us life and giving us liberty. We thank you for our family and friends. Most of us enjoy good health and have plenty to eat, and we pray for those who don't. We still have the freedom to gather here with our friends and fellow patriots. We recognize America exemplified your words. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. We know that if we follow your word, we will attain not only everlasting life, but our lives here on earth will be better individually and collectively. But we also realize our nation is falling and the pace is quickening. Today we will talk about some of the political reasons for that. But the ultimate reason is that not enough Americans still recognize you as the God of our nation. I will not recite for you the litany of our many problems because you know them. And they're not merely political problems. As you said, our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this world's darkness, and against the spiritual forces of evil in heavenly realms. Evil is on the march, and we know the ultimate source. We know that in your good time, Jesus will return, you will win, Satan will be vanquished. But until then, we ask your help in keeping our country. So we humbly ask of you, Lord our God, as thy great servant Abraham Lincoln asked, guide us to be always on your side. Give us the wisdom and strategy to be effective on your side. Open our eyes and the eyes of our fellow citizens to see through the lies, so we always choose good over evil, light over darkness, and sweet over bitter. And guide us to train up our children in the way they should go. And of ourselves, let us follow the words of St. Augustine and pray as though everything depended on you, but also work as though everything depended on us. Let us put on the full armor of God, be courageous, and fear not. For you have not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and a sound mind. And if we keep our covenant with you, we humbly ask that you forgive our sins, heal our land, so that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. This is our prayer today, and all of God's people said,
Amen.
Amen.
That was beautiful. So you can just stay there. All right, are there any veterans in this room? Please stand if you are a veteran, if you are a current server of the military and law enforcement. Please stand up. Thank you so much
God bless all of you. Thank you.
for all of your service. And now with the
So-
Pledge of Allegiance.
I'd ask everyone to stand up now, and we'll say the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. All right.
All right. Now, this is, as I mentioned, our 9th annual Unite IE Conservative Summit. And it was founded by a partner of mine on the radio. Anybody know the Jen and Don show? So I'll spare you the dramatic details, but in 2015, sales manager over at AM 590 said, "Oh, Jen, we really think you're great. We got to have you down there." Now, if you've ever known radio, you go, "Okay, that's very nice that he said that, but is anything really going to happen?" He goes, "I want you to do a show here, and I have a guy that I want to match you up with. He's an activist, and his name is Don Dix." And I'll never forget. It was so funny. It was like the perfect partnership, and I've been blessed to have amazing partners like this guy. Truly, we make these
Blessed.
seriously.
Just absolutely blessed.
I I am. You are seriously one of my best friends. We sit every morning and laugh and tell each other things. We spend more time with each other than we do with our own family.
Well, it is true. She's more part of my family than really any of my family members. So
See?
that's not a lie. And she puts up with my crap.
I'm like a virus. Just weasel in there. But when we first partnered up, it was very funny because Don called me on the phone and we had never really met before. And when we sat down and did a radio show together, it was like we had this instant we had a good chemistry. But Don said, "Why are you doing all of this?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Why are any of us doing this? I'm a radio brat. I love radio." And Don said, "Well, I'm an activist. I want to change the world. That's why I'm doing this." So the reason I bring this up is that I taught Don how to do radio, and Don taught me how to get involved. And I think that if you were sitting in this room, how many of you knew Don Dix? The guy brought so many of us together, and I'm grateful for the friendships. I see these faces in the room because we would have never met under any other circumstances. Don wanted to bring people together, and that's why we call it Unite IE. That's why we have this coalition. And so starting this year, we lost Don last year. And starting this year, we can't have another one of these programs without paying tribute to Don Dix. So we have a brand new Community Activists Award that we are launching this year in his honor, the Don Dix Award. And to help us present this, we are going to invite two people up on stage. If I could invite Annette, the most important person in Don's life, to come on up just to stand with us. And I would like to welcome to the stage to present the award our friend Ed Hoffman. He hosts the main event right here on AM 590, and he is the author of the book, Experience Matters, which if you haven't gotten, you should absolutely get it right now. Ed Hoffman, come on up.
Want to say something? No? All right. Good afternoon. Hey, I just want to pivot on something that Larry Elder said about people haven't talked to, when he talked about those ladies that had never talked to a conservative Republican. That's big. That's big. You know why? Because most of us don't want to talk to Democrats. We don't want to have the confrontation. But we have to do that. And that's the whole idea behind Unite AE. Let's get all together, realize that there's power in numbers, and that we have a message that if we don't put it out there, no one else is going to. I was watching Bill Maher last night, and he had, and I know Bill Maher. Brad Anderson Brad Anderson, when he was the manager of the station, used to say, "Yeah, Bill Maher's not even funny." I go, I don't agree with anything he says, but yeah, he's funny. And now he's starting to sound more like a Republican than a Democrat. But he had Elon Musk on last night, and Elon Musk made a comment about one of his employees that lives in San Francisco, and he said he had no idea what his kids were even being taught. And he asked his daughter, who's in high school, and said, "Hey, do they teach you about George Washington?" "Oh, yeah." "What do you know about George Washington?" "Well, I know he was a slave owner." And that's all. And we have two grandkids up in Northern California, and they are almost in junior high and elementary school. And I keep telling my son, "Hey, do you know what they're being taught? You need to pay attention, because they're one of those millennials that, I don't really watch the news because it's just depressing. It's all bad news." We need to talk. We need to talk to people. It's not that terrible because we're telling the truth. And someone just asked me in the audience today, said, "Hey, has your radio show, how's it affected your business?" I said, "It's been positive." She goes, "You don't lose any business from what you say?" I said, "I'm telling the truth." If people have a disagreement with what I say, they probably can't buy a house anyway. And for those of you that haven't listened to my show, It started out 15 and a half years ago as a real estate and finance show. And you can't talk about, it started in 2008 when the market was melting down. And I was basically saying, hey, don't walk away from your house just because it's upside down. Still your house. But take advantage, keep your credit good, take advantage of some of the opportunities out there, and dollar cost average and buy some of these repo houses for $100,000. Stick rentals in them, renters in them. By the time your house gets up to break even, those houses that you bought as rentals got a ton of money in equity. Now you're a millionaire. And you couldn't do that every single week without talking about what caused the problem. And the economic meltdown was way more political than anybody wanted anyone to say. So I started talking about politics. And then I started getting more calls than when I just talked real estate and finance. So, Dan the engineer, you got a real estate show, and all you talked about was politics today. I got more calls that week than any of the previous week. So I found out the secret to having a real estate and finance show is people don't really care about real estate and finance unless they're in the market for real estate and finance. So it's become all about politics, what's happening in this country. And about 9 years ago, everybody wants to hear what's happening in this country, and they all want to hear my opinion of it. I always say, hey, everybody has an opinion, everybody's entitled to mine. So about 9 years ago, Brad Anderson walks into my office. He calls me up, say, I got some guys I want you to meet, come on. And they're looking for some support. They're doing a project. So he walks in with Don Dix and a guy named John Barry and a guy named John Hancock. And Greg Britton wasn't present at that one. And we sat around and talked about what they wanted to do with Unite IE and a way to bring local politics in. And I'm mostly talking about national politics, but politics are always local. And they brought him in and said, hey, will you support this? And I said, hey, I can't do it all myself. Absolutely, I'll support it. So I started it I started it with my checkbook. They did all the work. And I just wrote the check. And that's what started Unite IE. And for those of you who've never met Don Dix personally, he's just got that magnetic personality. And he's got drive, and he's got a addictive. He brings people in he gets you addicted to being involved, and that's basically when Greg talks on the radio, still on the same show, and he says this is the show for the most important political office, that of the private citizen. That is a great line. That is a great line, because this is, you don't feel like your vote counts, but it does. And you don't think that your voice counts, but it does. Because when you're out there talking about things that are important, not the Dodgers, not the Lakers, not the Angels, but things that are important to people's lives, you tell one person, you tell two people, and they tell two people, and they tell two people. You influence everybody. Everybody you come in contact, you influence them either positive or negative. So that's what Unite IE's always been about. That's why I've been supporting it for the last 9 years. And today we want to give out the Don Dix Activism Award. And 11 years ago, or 2012, Denise Payne and her husband Glenn met Don Dix when he was doing Act for America, the Corona chapter. So they're getting people involved in politics more on a local basis for Corona, and Glenn and Denise got the bug, like we all do. You guys are all here on a Saturday afternoon, not because you didn't have anything to do, because you got the bug. You caught 590 the answer. So Denise and Glenn got involved with Don, and then he decided he wanted to do his own thing and started Town Hall, and they started being involved. Glenn wrote a program called Neighbor to Neighbor to help get people mobilized in individual neighborhoods. And he worked with Don. Said Glenn says it was Don's invention. I just wrote the program. And then Denise got involved, and they were having meetings, getting local people involved and just educating them about what's going on. And as we got to COVID, it became from in-person meetings to Zoom meetings. And as shortly thereafter, Don started getting sick, and Denise got more and more involved in helping Don more and more. And when Don passed last year, she took it over. And it's a show where they have guest speakers, they have guests on it. Bill Asali, Mike Hestron, Chad Bianco, among many others, and they talk about local issues, housing, water, all the stuff that just goes on. Hey, how come my water bill's so high? Hey, how come the price of houses goes up so much? After the winter of 22-23, why are we still in a drought? What's wrong with this state? So they bring that up and make sure people are educated. I guess they had about 200 people that were joining every month when Don was alive, and after he passed away, it went down to about 50. And Glenn and Denise have worked so hard, and now it's back up to 160 people every month as they have meetings. And today we're honoring Denise Payne and Glenn Payne with the Don Dix Activism Award for. If any of you haven't got involved beyond coming here, you have no idea how much work and how little pay. Let's say how much work and how much cost it is to be an activist. And with that, let's bring up Denise and Glenn Payne.
The other one down there?
Yeah. What else?
That's for Denise.
Denise, that's for you.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you so much.
And that is for you, Glenn.
Ed, thank you
Guys,
as well.
congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank
As soon as
you.
they.
All right.
Great job, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Town Hall Central, by the way, on Facebook. Sign
Glenn
up.
and Denise.
Thank you, guys.
Ed, and God bless you for your support. Really, thank you so very, very much.
Thank you so much.
Honestly, folks, it just goes to show you that one, sometimes two people can make a difference. And all of you out here are making a difference just by being here, because I firmly believe what you learned here today from many of the speakers, you take back into the community and make it happen, and we take back California.
Yep, absolutely. All right. Are we ready to get started? Okay.
Let's see what we got here.
We got Ken Timmerman coming
So
up.
my buddy is up, and get on. My buddy Ken Timmerman is here. Where is he? Is he over here?
Right over there.
So Ken Timmerman is a fabulous mind. I think you're going to love this speech. He's a national security investigative reporter specializing in the Middle East. He's authored Dark Forces, The Truth About What Happened in Benghazi, Countdown to Crisis, and Election Heist. So with that, let's welcome Ken Timmerman to the stage.
Either one. Okay, I'm going to try the left hand, and if the left hand doesn't work, I'm going to go right. You know, the election heist that you mentioned, Greg, was about the 2020 election. It is a fiction, but not a fantasy. I wrote the book in 2019. I finished it in February of 2020, and it included a company named Dominant Technologies, which provided the electronic voting machines that were hacked in the 2020 election. But it was a fiction, not a fantasy. Today I'm going to take you on a journey. I'm going to take you a journey of my own life, which I haven't done very often in the past. People have asked me, as I've been writing books and making book presentations about national security, about the Middle East, about arms sales, about Iran, the threat from Iran, or about Benghazi, they say, well, Ken, how did you go from that person that you were as a young man in Paris You are a left bank, intellectual, pot-smoking, philandering whack job, to the born-again Christian Zionist, father of five, and conservative that you became. So that became a book. And the book's outside. It's the first table down there. It's called And the Rest is History. Tales of hostages, arms dealers, dirty tricks, and spies. And I'm going to tell you a few of those stories here, and I hope you'll come on out and buy the book. You can get it cheaper than you'll get at Amazon. It's for $25. It's $30 at Amazon plus the sales tax and everything else. So I began as somebody on the left. I was intellectually curious. I rejected authority. I questioned authority. I believed in personal freedom and freedom in general. And those seemed to be the values that were embraced by the left when I was growing up in the 1960s. Well, guess what? Today, you turn around, who represents the orthodoxy in this country? It's the left. Who represents groupthink in this country that we rebel against, that our individualist tendencies rebel against? It's the left. So the same values that I embraced, that I thought made me a leftist in the 60s and the 70s, made me a conservative and ultimately a Republican by 1994 after the first year of Bill Clinton. My book starts really in Beirut in 1982. I go to Beirut as a young reporter, a radio stringer, brainwashed by the French media, which was all pro-Palestinian. I thought I was going to go there to report, like a kind of Ernest Hemingway of my generation, on the sufferings of the poor Palestinian families who were being besieged by the horrible Israelis. And I had arranged with an NGO on the Palestinian side of West Beirut to embed with them and tell stories of ordinary folks. Well, the day I crossed the line into West Beirut thinking all of this, I get kidnapped. I get taken hostage by the very same Palestinians that I was going to go report on. They didn't care that I had stopped by in two of their so-called embassies en route to Beirut, that I had letters of introduction, the rest. No. My name was Timmerman. I had round gold-framed glasses, a long nose. I was born in New York, and I was clearly an Israeli spy. No. As you'll find out in the book, later on I actually did become an Israeli spy, but I wasn't then. At that time, I really wasn't. I was just a dumb kid reporter who was coming there with a lot of illusions. And those illusions were created just as they are today, to a large extent, by the media narrative. The media narrative at that time, Israelis bad, Palestinians good. David versus Goliath. Goliath was Israel, and David was the poor little Palestinians. It was all a lie. It was all a lie, just as the lies that we're being told today by the corporate media. They didn't begin 5 years ago or 10 years ago. They've been going on for a long time. They just have more power and more influence today. So I was taken hostage. I was put in an underground cellar with 15 to 20 other people. The room was about 16 feet by 20 feet. We had 2 stubs of a candle for light. It was completely underground. There were no windows. We had a bucket in the corner to use for our personal needs when they would not open the door so people could go to the hammam, which is the toilet. You would get a liter of water a day to wash with. So I learned how to conserve water. I can wash myself with a liter of water, trust me. I've been there, I know how to do it. And we were being bombed day in, day out. At some point, I was taken upstairs to be beaten, and I got my first glimpse of what this 8-story building looked like, where I had been taken in. It was 8 stories with balconies and everything. It was a Mediterranean building in Beirut. And by that point, half of the building had collapsed. When I ultimately got out, a couple of weeks later, it was 1.5 stories and pancakes. At the end, the so-called officers of the PLO, the Palestinians, fled. They all left as the Israelis were marching up to the Beirut airport and into the city. And we were left to to be guarded by 13-year-old kids with Kalashnikovs. Now, I happen to be married to a Swedish woman. And I don't know if any of you here are married to Swedes or know something about Swedish women, but they're very particular. So I joked as I was preparing to release this book, which is more terrifying, a Swedish woman with a Glock 19 or a Palestinian 13-year-old with a Kalashnikov? And trust me, it's a pretty close call. But those 13-year-old kids, clearly, with no moral sense whatsoever, were just taking people outside and shooting them in the alleyway. And I saw the people leave. They were just called out and taken. They never came back. And I guarantee you they were not released. So when a guy comes into this underground cell and say, "Are there any Frenchmen here?" And I said, well, I kind of flipped a coin mentally in my head, and I said, you know, there are 2 Frenchmen here. They're mercenaries for the opponents of the Palestinians. They were here on a mission to plant landmines around the Beirut airport, and a lot of Palestinian soldiers stepped on those mines. And if they know that I'm associated with those guys, maybe they're going to take us out and kill us. I said, on the other hand, in a couple of days from now, either I'm going to die buried like a rat in the rubble, or these dumbass kids are going to have their way with me. I'm French. Now, it also helped I spoke French, I speak French. So we were taken out, the 3 of us, eventually relocated in another house, kept there for another 48 hours. It turned out that was a arms depot for Yasser Arafat. And I know that because the very afternoon that we were finally released to the French consul, made it up to the hillside, and we're looking down on West Beirut, and we saw a remarkable sight as 2 Israeli F-16s swooping down from the mountains, down over West Beirut, and releasing their bombs. I said, gosh, that is so beautiful to see it from this side. That was wonderful to see it from this side. And the next morning, the papers showed a photograph of the building that they had bombed. It was the same one that we had just left 2 hours before. And it was a crater, 50 feet deep, completely obliterated. Now, I learned after the war that one of the reasons they didn't bomb it earlier was because Arafat was in the building and the Israelis had a spy. Arafat's driver was an Israeli spy. So they couldn't exactly kill Arafat where he was, but they wanted to let him know that they knew where he was at every single moment. So they'd go and bomb places where he'd been an hour before, 2 hours before, just to let them know, we got our eyes on you. So people ask me sometimes, Ken, how did you get out? You didn't really get out because they took you for French. I said, no. I got out by the grace of God. I got out by the grace of God. And quite literally, I was drug out of the darkness and into the light by my Savior. And it took just that event to realize he had been there all the time, protecting me and guarding me. And I just didn't want to see it. So this is something that changed my life, and it is, of course, it occasioned me to make many promises to God about the future. You know, yes, I'm going to go to church now, and I'm going to baptize my kids. I'm going to do this and that and that. And of course, our lives are all full of unfulfilled promises, and yet we do our best. So I went on from Beirut to work in a lot of other places in the Middle East. In Baghdad, I got to know just about every arms dealer that was selling weapons to Saddam Hussein, and trust me, there were a lot of them. I don't think they'd fill this room, but they'd probably fill half of it. And the thing that you learn when you talk to these people in a police state, which Iraq was, is that they all love to talk. They love to talk, but you had to get them out on the balcony or some secret place where they could talk. So I learned every secret about arms sales to Iraq. Wrote a book about that called The Death Lobby, How the West Armed Iraq, that ultimately was used by the UN Special Commission for the Disarmament of Iraq to find Saddam's weapons plants. most remarkable book review of that was in the Wall Street Journal by a guy named Gerald Saib. And Jerry Saib said, you know, this guy Timmerman, he tells a good story, but he should have had a science editor because he told us that Saddam Hussein was making uranium out of phosphates. He says, that's ridiculous. We did that during the Manhattan Project because we didn't have any other way of doing it, but it took so much electricity, it would have shut down the entire grid in Iraq if Saddam Hussein had done that. You know, pathetic. Well, a year later, it turned out that the UN Special Commission went into the factory that I had identified because I had a source who was the factory manager who told me about it 2 years before I produced the book. And guess what they found? Saddam Hussein was making uranium out of phosphates. Exactly the same. I never got an apology from Gerald Saib, but you know, that's irrelevant. Those things don't happen. The most important thing that I learned in Beirut and elsewhere is the value of freedom and the cost of freedom. Freedom isn't free. You know? When I was in that cell, I was ready to grab a weapon from one of those kids and kill somebody to achieve my own freedom, to regain my own freedom. I never thought I would ever think that, ever in my life. And it took being deprived of my freedom to understand how sweet it was, how precious it is, and how blessed we are in this country with our freedom. You know, Greg mentioned in his invocation that this is one of God's gifts to us and that we are blessed to still have freedom in this country. I was walking earlier this morning and I passed a convention center. I don't know, some of you might realize that there's an NRA gun show. And I had on my T-shirt, which I sometimes wear provocative T-shirts just for fun, and it says, I stand for the flag and I kneel for the cross. And I went down the line of the people waiting to get into the NRA convention. I said, gee, they still let you have gun shows here in California? God bless us. What a great country this is. Even in California, you can still have a gun show. A Russian dissident was recently put in jail and prison by Putin. His wife was on MSNBC. They love dissidents when they're overseas and when they're maybe anti-American or at least not associated with Donald Trump or January 6th. So they put this woman on. And she painted a picture of Russia today and the way that Putin treats dissidents that should put a chill down everyone's spine. They have created new criminal penalties for treason, starting at 15 years and going up to life in jail. And treason means doing or saying anything against the regime. Now, I don't like to be a downer and I don't like to discourage people, but we are not all that far away in this country from that. If you look what's happening to the January 6th defendants, they are political prisoners. They are political prisoners. Trespassing? Are you kidding me? 2 years in jail before trial? They are political prisoners. And it's outrageous. And we should never forget them any day. Every single day we should remember that they are there for our freedom. Some of them did things wrong. But they don't deserve to be held in preventive detention for 2 years. They deserve a fair trial. And by the way, after the footage that Tucker Carlson aired, they all should be released. They should all be released right away. I want to end with a story at the end of my book, and the rest is history. We came back from France in 1993. I still thought I was a Democrat at that time. I really did. I voted for Bill Clinton. You don't have to. I voted for Bill Clinton. I did not like George H.W. Bush. And I didn't like him because he was part of the death lobby arming Saddam Hussein. And he was. And Clinton promised to stop coddling dictators from Beijing to Baghdad. That was a joke. But I believed it. I was still a Democrat, and I was still living in France, and so I believed it. So I came back to Washington. I had been wooed by a member of Congress, Tom Lantos, from California, right, from the north, a Holocaust survivor. Tom said, look, I need somebody to do non-proliferation for me. I had become an expert on non-proliferation, on the Saddam's clandestine nuclear weapons program, his missile programs, chemical weapons, and the rest. I worked with the Simon Wiesenthal Center quite a bit, became very good friends with Simon Wiesenthal. And so Lantos came to France and said, you've got to come to Washington, work with me, and we're going to go after the bad guys. We want to make sure there are no more Iraqs. We do not want to create more countries, more regimes like that of Saddam Hussein that are capable of threatening the United States or capable of threatening the state of Israel. So I said, great. So we had a good first 6 months or so, and he did a bunch of hearings, and we looked into dual-use sales of military equipment to Syria, to Iraq, to Iran, and North Korea, and all that was fine until we got to China. Until we got to China. And I said, Tom, the Clinton administration is still allowing technology used to make ballistic missiles to be sold by American companies to communist China. He said, oh, that's really bad. I said, yes, sir, that is truly, really bad. We ought to do a hearing on that. So we did a hearing on that. I wrote a very powerful statement for him about that. And that's when the trouble began. And what I did not realize at that point, and I did over the years, I did not realize that Bill Clinton and Ron Brown and other people in the administration had made a deal with Communist China. And the deal was solidified in October of 1992 when Bill Clinton's campaign ran out of money. And he went on a limousine ride with a gentleman who worked for a company called Lippo, the Lippo Group, who in fact turned out to be an officer in Chinese military intelligence. We learned that later from congressional hearings. And he said, Governor, I hear you've got a cash flow problem. He says, yes, I do. He said, Governor, I hear you can't get any bank loans. He said, no, we can't. He said, Governor, I've got a bag here with $3 million in cash. Do you think that would help? He said, it sure would. And he took the money, and the rest is history, right? We know what he did with it, and we know what happened. He became the President of the United States, and the rest is history. Well, the administration, to pay back that $3 million, think how, how small that is to lose your superiority, your military superiority. What they did in exchange for that was to open up the floodgates of U.S. military technology. That was done under the Clinton administration. They lowered down the export controls. They allowed them to get supercomputers. They sold equipment into their military factories. And at the end of the day, when I started to push Mr. Lantos in that direction, he said, Ken, you're pissing people off. You're fired. So I got fired because of Communist China. And I couldn't understand how come all of my friends on the Hill, the other staffers that I've been close to, how come they were all Republicans? I didn't get it. It was starting to nag at me. And I said, this is kind of strange. The Democrats who hired me seem to hate me. And the Republicans that I'm working with on the Foreign Affairs Committee all seem to like me. I don't get what's going on. So I went to Time Magazine after that. This is all in the book. I went to Time Magazine after that to start a new investigative reporting unit there and did a bunch of different stories. I got a tip-off from a customs officer in Columbus, Ohio, about something going on at the B-1 bomber plant. We were making the B-1 bomber plant in Columbus, Ohio. It was being shut down. And he said, come on out and visit. So I went out there to visit. And what I learned from the customs people and, get this, from the machinist union, the union guys, I learned that the owners of the plant, McDonnell Douglas, were bringing in Chinese communist intelligence officers after midnight to tour the plant so they could select the production gear that they wanted to buy for pennies on the dollar and take to communist China to make fifth-generation military aircraft. And they bought this stuff for a song. They got probably $1 billion worth of US taxpayer investment in this proprietary machinery for about $6 or $7 million and took it back to China. Well, so I wrote the piece for Time magazine. They liked the story, great, but Ken, it's really just one anomaly. It's an anomaly. It's just one factory. See if you can find some others. So I go look around, I dig up, I found 3 other companies that were doing exactly the same thing. They pretended to have auctions of military factories that were being shut down at the end of the Cold War, and instead they were selling the stuff to communist China on the slide. I said, okay, this looks like a pattern. My editor said, Ken, yeah, it looks like a pattern, but aren't the Europeans doing exactly the same thing? I said, okay, look, I got a trip to Germany and France coming up next week for another story I'm doing. Let me go ask my friends. I spent 15 years as a defense correspondent. I know everybody in the defense business. So when I was there, I made a lot of phone calls, met some people at lunches and cafes, and they said, we wouldn't even think of doing something like that. The Chinese would rob us blind. Of course we want to sell them aircraft, but we don't want to give them the capability of manufacturing aircraft. Then they eat our lunch. Remember Joe Biden says they're not going to eat our lunch? Well, yeah, they're eating our lunch. They are literally eating our lunch. And the French and the Germans said, no, we're not going to do that. If you were so stupid to do that in America, hey, be our guest. That's fine with us. So I come back and I reported that to my editor. And he grumbled. He said, well, I tell you what. I got a friend that I just had lunch with who works out at the agency. You need to get briefed by CIA and hear what they have to say, because they tell a very different story about this. You ever heard the term deep state? It's been around for a while, and I've had a lot of encounters with it. So I go out to CIA with another reporter, a regime reporter, a regime agent working for Time magazine, a scribe, as Rush Limbaugh would have called her, and they give us the spiel. And the spiel is, the Chinese, they are so backwards in their weapons manufacturing. This stuff is 20 years old. We make way, way better stuff today. It's not strategic. It's not important. This is, just a minor little thing. The Chinese aircraft, they run out of gas before they hit the end of the runway. I said, oh, okay. I didn't believe a word of it, but the editors did. So I, put a little bit of that in the story. And by the Friday afternoon, when we were, when you close the book, right? You close the book on the following week's edition. We had our weekly editorial meeting at noon, and at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the editor, the Washington bureau chief, comes into my office. He says, Ken, you're fired. And we're pulling the story. I said, well, what happened? He said, well, you pissed a lot of people off. And I said, gee, I got to Washington. It seems like I'm pissing a lot of people off all the time. And he said, well, who am I pissing off? He said, I can't tell you, but we got a call from the government, and they didn't like the questions you were asking them. I said, excuse me, I thought that was my job as a journalist to ask questions of the administration that they didn't like. He said, you're fired, get out of here. So then I took the story to the American Spectator. I don't know how many of you know the American Spectator, okay? In the 1990s, it was going gangbusters. They were reporting about Hillary Clinton, about Bill Clinton, about Whitewater, and then we started to do a series based on the U.S. sellout, the Clinton administration sellout to communist China. And I reported on that through the entire night. I was out here twice a month sometimes. I'd stay in Marina del Rey, and at 3 o'clock in the morning, I'd take a rental car and go up to past Pasadena to where the Chinese had all, the Chinese communist front companies had all of their offices, and I'd do the garbage. And I'd get back at 5 before the traffic started and sort through it all. So there's a story that I did for the American Spectator called Chinese Takeout, California Takeout. And because mixed in with all the documents that we saw was the documents for their arms sales. So all of those stories are in the book. Let me just tell you, the truth is worth fighting for. Freedom is worth dying for. God bless America. Thank you all for being here.
So Ken will be outside with his books too, so when we have breaks, make sure you go pay him a visit as well, doing some book signing.
Big round of applause for Ken Timmerman.
So our next segment is so important because I'm sure all of you in this room back the blue, but there's a war on cops going on in this country, especially in California. I often tell the guys who are going to be on the panel, I say I worry more about these officers from what happens from rogue district attorney's office, rogue top brass inside police departments that really scare me for these guys. Just doing their job, they'll get prosecuted. But this should be a really interesting panel because we have some fabulous people on it.
All right, and we will start off with one of Salem Radio's own. How many of you listen to the Officer Brandon Tatum show? Do we love him? Well, he's here. Welcome to the stage, Officer Brandon Tatum. All right. Officer Tatum will be moderating our panel today. Officer Tatum, by the way, a former police officer himself. And you want him at the podium. All right, come on over to the podium, Officer
he's
Tatum,
gonna be
apparently.
Here. Is that where he is?
I guess
Okay.
you get to be here. The voice in my head just told me that. All right, and he needs some panelists for this. So let's start off first with a guy that I am starting, well, I think I can say we're friends now.
You guys are friends, for
We're
sure.
friends. And you called him a hero sheriff.
I believe he is a hero sheriff, especially in California.
I think he is. He fought the fight in Los Angeles. Former LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva.
Honestly, everybody up on this stage is going to be a hero when you go through the list here.
Yes.
This guy's great because he's actually prosecuting crime. So many district attorneys in California are not prosecuting criminals. Riverside County District Attorney Mike Hestron is. Please welcome him to the stage.
I call these two the dream team because they're actually enforcing the law in Riverside County, and one half of that dream team is also a hero sheriff who is fighting not only for his deputies, and they've taken some losses in the last couple of months, but he's fighting for the people of Riverside County every day. Sheriff Chad Bianco. All right, and now we turn things over, our law enforcement panel. Officer Brandon Tatum.
All righty. How are you guys doing this morning or afternoon? My time is all messed up. But I want to first off just say thank you all for being here. It is such a blessing to have incredible men of valor and service to be here with us. Some in uniform, and the gentleman in the middle is here in an office with a suit on, but still doing what it takes to make sure that we're safe and doing what his obligation is and what all of our obligations are to this country to serve and observe the Constitution of the United States of America. So I'm gonna, if you guys have, raise your hand if you've watched my show. Oh, well, I'm pretty popular tonight. So I'm gonna run this thing like I do my show. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm not holding any punches. We're gonna tell it like it is. Y'all good with that? So I'm gonna start with a question. I guess they want me to stand here, but I'm gonna start with a question to Sheriff Villanueva. And we all have seen, and I'm perplexed at the fact that you're not the sheriff right now. I don't know what's wrong with Californians, and I know it was none of y'all, but I don't know how in the world did they not vote for you for another term. However, you've done so many great things, and I want you to speak to the issue that is going on in law enforcement today. I mean, especially in LA County, but around the country. What is the morale like that you've seen in law enforcement?
Well, I can tell you that the morale in law enforcement right now is at rock bottom. And I don't know if you could get it any lower, because what we're seeing is a constant degradation of the entire institution of law enforcement, the profession across the nation. You see shameless, slimy politicians berating law enforcement, questioning every single action they do, every single split-second decision, calling us gang members. In fact, I've been called on social media, I'm a tattooed gang member. That's why I lost. Literally, that's the mentality that's out there. But then you see people in office doing the same thing. You see the LA County Board of Supervisors. In 40 years of history of county government, they spend 80% of their motions or their agenda items against me. 40 years. All of it was dedicated to the LA County Sheriff's Department, defund, defame, discredit at every turn. And that's why people are leaving. The kids that we want to recruit that represent us to serve are looking for greener pastures, and I can't blame them. We have to change that narrative.
Sheriff Bianco, I just want to, ask you a similar question to that, because obviously you're a leader of a law enforcement agency. You're doing an incredible job, and I know they hate you because they want you to be just like them and allow criminals to do whatever they want to do, not make arrests, and act as if we live in a society where policing is systemically racist and all of that garbage that they spew. What is your approach that keeps you in a position of standing up for what's right? Because I know it's easy to fall by the wayside and to acquiesce to the pressures of this nation and even the state. What do you do to keep a strong mannerism and stand up for the men and women that serve?
I pray a lot. It's what's happening and what we're seeing all across the country, and what Alex was referring to about how we're being demonized and all of these things that are being said about law enforcement, they're simply not true. We're not gang members. We're not, everything that they're saying we are racist, systemic racism, all of those things are not true. So for me, there is nothing stronger than the truth. There's no sense in arguing I don't have to argue about whether or not I'm a racist. The fact is I am not, so I'm not even going to entertain it. So if we just come out, the bottom line, we are here to protect and serve the residents of Riverside County to the best of our ability. If you ask a 5-year-old or an 80-year-old, what is it that law enforcement does, they'll both tell you the same thing. They arrest the bad people. That's what our job is. So if we forget about all of the stuff, the sound and the noise and the white noise and the gray noise and the whatever color noise that's just really ridiculous, that is all based in non-truths. If you don't get tangled up in that and you just concentrate on what you're doing, it doesn't affect you. It doesn't affect my department if I don't get caught up in trying to defend ourselves all the time. We just keep doing the same thing that we're supposed to do, that we do day in and day out. We're lucky that for law enforcement part, we can arrest all of the bad people we want. We don't have to worry about the negative part about it of a DA that doesn't prosecute, because ours does. And so the key for me is just, it's all about truth. I'll argue all day long, and I argue truth. I don't argue with emotion.
Amen. Now, law enforcement, like that was alluded to just a second ago, can only do so much. There's only so much we can do. We have laws that are on the book. We go out every day, even through the night when most people are asleep, and try to do our best to protect and serve. And when we make arrests, we do it in good faith. We do it according to the law with probable cause. And once we take them to jail, for law enforcement officers, we don't have any other obligation unless it goes to court and we have to be a witness, but we don't have any other obligation. We can't force the issue any further than making an arrest and taking someone to jail. That's why it's incredibly important for DAs to have the flexibility to prosecute these people when it's necessary. So, Mike, I want to ask you, just how do you feel about the pressures of, I would say that's coming against you and not allowing you, or at least trying to not allow you to do your job? The officers are arresting, then it gets to you, and how are you overcoming that urge, or not urge, but how do you overcome the pressure, especially from a governor like Governor Nuisance? I call him Nuisance. Governor Nuisance, that do not want to hold people accountable. So what is your approach to that?
You know, I've been a career prosecutor. I've been doing this 26 years. And when I was a new prosecutor, it was drilled into me, you do the right thing for the right reason every time, no matter what. Someone's guilty, you don't look at what job they had, you don't look at who they donated to, you do your job. It's my duty to do that. And we instill that in our deputy DAs. We're gonna enforce the law. And if the governor doesn't wanna do his job, that doesn't mean we don't do our job. And so that's how I look at it. And by the way, I tell this to my wife all the time. I didn't go into this job, and I certainly didn't run for office to be popular. So I couldn't care less what the governor thinks of me, or anybody in Sacramento. You know, my wife and kids like me most of the time. That's enough for me. I don't need their approval. I don't want to be part of their club anyway. I want to do my job. I want to protect the people of Riverside County, and that's enough.
Sheriff Villanueva, my English is bad, don't worry about it. Villanueva, I wanted to ask you a question of, I guess the question is posed to as why do you think that the governor and the powers that be, the leftist lunatics, want to demonize law enforcement? Because the rational person would acknowledge that cops are out there doing the best that they can. You look at the statistical data, most police interactions do not go south. Most police interactions are held professionally and with dignity and respect. There's sometimes it may go astray. With that being said, with the knowledge being there, the facts being there, what is the motive behind their hatred and wanting to defund, diminish, demoralize police?
I think it comes to the old-fashioned power and money, literally. Those are the two things that drive all the decisions from the governor's race all the way down to our boards of supervisors. Because what do crooks fear the most? Cops. So when I'm working with a board of supervisors that has now a convicted felon, Mark Ridley Thomas, I create a public corruption unit, and we're investigating a supervisor involved in corrupt deeds. And then all of a sudden, the Attorney General takes over the whole thing, and nothing happens. Why? Because it all goes down to power and money. What does law enforcement represent here? Authority, the authority to hold people accountable. And when you're a dirty politician, the last thing in the world that you need is someone to hold you accountable. That's what I represent. That's what everyone here on this stage represents and will continue to represent. So for the governor, he could have appointed a caretaker for the Attorney General's office, make sure that person was not running for Attorney General. What did he appoint? A crony, Mr. Bonta. And what does Mr. Bonta do? Not investigate the LA County Board of Supervisors. Now you see how the whole system is built on protecting power and money. And you look at the flow of money that comes, the homeless industrial complex, the billions of dollars are being spent every year into all that. It goes straight to the 501c3s, the providers who are all politically aligned and supporters of the establishment.
Sheriff Bianco, I have this idea has been floating around. I think it was exacerbated in 2020 of law enforcement being an institution created and founded upon racism. In your law enforcement experience, obviously you have a vast amount of experience, do you believe that there's any substance or fact patterns that would, I guess, illustrate that policing in America is rooted in systemic racism?
That's actually really one of the most ridiculous things that they could possibly say. But when you repeat it enough and enough and enough, and you just keep saying it, good people just ignore it, or they really start believing it, and then they're causing us to defend ourselves. I can tell you that I'm not talking about just my law enforcement agency. I'm talking about all of the deputies, all of the police officers I know, the sheriffs I know, the chiefs of police I know. My 30 years in law enforcement, I have never heard anything amongst ourselves that would lead me to think anyone that I have ever worked with is racist. We have never. It's about if we are prejudiced. I will say we're prejudiced because absolutely none of us like criminals. We don't like crime. And we don't control who commits crime. We don't just run down the street, drive down the street, and see somebody walking and pull them over and stop them. So for the racist part of it, we get a 911 call, we come out to help you, and what happens? You tell us who did it, or you describe who did it, or we find fingerprints who did it, DNA who did it, and that's how we find the suspect. It had nothing to do with race. It had to do with a criminal who victimized someone. And for me in my 30 years, I will loudly proclaim that this systemic racism in government and law enforcement is a bunch of crap.
And I'll just piggyback on that just a little bit. It's my little short experience, even as a black man in America, I have never experienced or seen any police officer whatsoever display racism. It just doesn't happen. When you go out and you put that badge on, you put that uniform on, you leave your house, and you understand that you may die for people that couldn't care less about you. When that call for service comes out, I have never in my life had an experience where a person asked the question, is this a black man? Is this a white man? Are they gay? Are they trans, non-binary? A hero, like the men that are sitting up here and the ones that are out there serving, a hero doesn't look at things like that. They look at the mission that's in front of them. So I love that statement, and thank you guys for acknowledging that the racism is a made up fluff and a mess. Now let me add to that because DAs have a lot of this same rhetoric being pushed, and we understand when you look at statistical data that there is disparities, and I would argue just because there's disparities doesn't necessarily mean there's discrimination. We see in even in probably in Riverside and other places that you see a lot of minorities who are being arrested or going through the court system at a disproportionate rate. And if you can for me, Mike, can you explain how are these things happening? I think most of us would argue that it's probably not necessarily racism, but why are we seeing a disproportionate amount of minorities going through the criminal justice system?
Sure, and let's be very clear, minorities also make up a disproportionate number of victims of crime, huge numbers. And so when people throw the racism allegation against my office, my DAs, I like to say to them, you mean we go to bat trying to get justice for minority victims day in and day out. How does that make us racist, right? So typically what the argument is that there's a disproportionate number of black and brown people that are in prison. And that has to do with different crime rates in different neighborhoods. And it's not because of anyone's color of their skin, it's complicated. It has to do with socioeconomic factors, it has to do with family factors, all kinds of things. But just as Sheriff Bianco said, a couple things. My prosecutors don't choose who commits crime. The files are delivered to us by the sheriff's department or the police department, and so we're going to file the cases, based on the conduct, and no one gets a free pass. That's just the way it works. No matter what the individual is. no matter the individual, we're going to file it evenly. We don't take into account someone's race or gender or ethnicity or religion or anything. Just like you said, exactly. We just look at the crime. It would be unfair to victims to say, you know, I know what you suffered is horrible, but the person who attacked you is this identity or this ethnicity or this religion, so we're not going to prosecute. How unfair would that be to that victim? It would be a miscarriage of justice. So this is not how we do things. The disparities come from different crime rates in different communities, and it's as simple as that.
Awesome answer. Sheriff Villanueva, I want to ask you a question, because there's a gentleman, I think it was a sergeant, that got his finger bit off by a homeless person. I don't know if you guys saw that on the internet. I mean, the one that I saw, they had it blurred out, but his finger was in a bag. The tip of his finger was in a bag, and it was cut off. The homeless problem is out of control in California. It's out of control in LA. There's many places I would never go, because they are literally out there shooting up drugs, butt naked, laying in the middle of the street, defecating on the sidewalks. Based on your experience and knowledge and professional, I guess, professional education on it, what is the solution? How are we going to adequately help out people who are homeless and addicted to drugs and clean up the crime for the citizens in LA, or at least all over the state?
Let me start with the MTA, with the sergeant who got the finger bit off. 2017 and prior to 2017, the LA County Sheriff's Department had the contract for law enforcement service over the entire system. There were 0 people living on the trains. 0. No one was set on fire. No one was getting their fingers bit off. The rule of law was enforced, and people trusted their family members by going on the train as being something safe, not a death-defying act. But come 2017, the MTA board of directors went very, very woke. They decided, well, let's split up the contract into 3, and then let's not let the cops actually enforce the rule of law and quality of life issues. We'll create a fake MTA court, and we'll make them all administrative hearings, because we don't want to offend the sensibilities of anybody who wants to live and defecate on the trains. So, and then we won't let cops do anything about enforcing fare evasion. That's all going to be private security. So now you have 5,700 people living on the trains and platforms in LA metro system. That is the experiment in progressive solutions. Actually, it was a solution in search of a problem. They literally created the problem. Our train system, our transportation system is for delivering people point A to point B. It's not a homeless encampment. They made it a homeless encampment. That's the LA County Board of Supervisors, Mayor Garcetti, now Mayor Bass, and a couple of other council members. They are uniquely responsible. When we intervened our homeless outreach service team, we cleaned up Venice. We cleaned up San Vicente in front of the VA Center. We cleaned up Olvera Street. Hundreds of places throughout the county we cleaned up, 0 arrests, 0 uses of force, 100% success track record. You think politicians say, hey, that looks pretty good. Can we do it everywhere else? No, the opposite. Let's get rid of everybody, and let's let the problem get worse. That is what you have right now. Willful, irresponsible neglect, criminal neglect from the elected leaders we have today.
I want to add something, because words mean things, and it's beat into us, the homeless. Stop calling them homeless. We are never going to fix this problem while we continue to refer to them as homeless. They are suffering from drug-addicted psychosis, drug addiction, alcohol addiction, and all of them have homes. They were kicked out of them. They were kicked out of them for their substance abuse, their drug abuse, their alcoholism, their violence, whatever the case may be, and then they find themselves here. Our politicians have made drugs legal in the state of California. You see all of them addicted to drugs. When we find a homeless person that really, truly is homeless, law enforcement loves it, because we finally get to help someone, because we help them immediately. The people that we're seeing that we call homeless, these riding the trains and living on the trains and living under the freeways, they're choosing to be there. They're choosing to stay addicted to drugs. They don't want help. They don't want to get off. And Alex mentioned it earlier. This is an industrial complex. Billions of dollars that lawmakers are giving to nonprofits to make the homeless situation worse. And those people are getting money. Start doing investigation into how many assembly people and how many senators and how many government officials have something to do with a nonprofit, and who's getting this money. As soon as we start addressing what it is, stop this legalized drug ridiculousness. That's what's causing our issue. And when we have the tools to force people into a rehab situation and get them off drugs, then find them places to stay and find them jobs and everything else, then we can do our jobs. But as long as people are addicted to drugs and alcohol and allowed to live on the streets and the things that they do, this is going to keep going forever.
I want to kick it back to you, Sheriff Bianco, because we see that there is good men and women who aspire to be law enforcement officers. They want to serve their communities. Even those who come from some of these rough communities, they want to give back. Many are discouraged to join law enforcement because of the hatred that's been perpetuated and the lies and the myths. Many are afraid that if they just do their jobs and arrest people according to the law, if the color of the person's skin is not politically correct, they could lose it all. And I wanted to pose the question to you as to two questions. I'm not interested in optimism or pessimism, right? I was at a speech with Dennis Prager, and he said he's not for optimism or pessimistic mentality. He just want to know, what do we need to do? And so I want to hear from you as to what do we need to do as a law enforcement community, as a community at large, to try to flip the script and encourage people and give them hope and reason to join the police department once again?
I actually think it's relatively easy. So right now across the nation, we have a horrible problem right now with not only retention of law enforcement officers, but the recruiting part, because younger kids are seeing what they see. They have this ideology that they want to help, they want to get into law enforcement, something is driving them into this profession to help people, and they're being turned away because of what they're seeing or what they're hearing. The unique thing about me, and I can say it because I routinely meet with every sheriff in the state, right now, we are probably the only agency in the state that is not having a hiring problem. We are having people literally beating down our doors to come work for us, and we are having to turn some away because we don't have enough room in our academy to train them and to hire them. We don't have the numbers. So I think the answer is when I talk to people that are leaving other agencies and coming to us, or the young kids that are coming either from the military and their natural draw to law enforcement, we ask them, why did you choose us? Why are you coming here? And predominantly, the answer is always the same. They want a leader that's going to stick up for them and back them. And I honestly believe that if the leaders of all of these law enforcement agencies would stand up and quit cowering to the loud people that's calling them racist, calling them homophobe, and start talking truth and not emotion, I think that we would see this turn around. Because in the end, the deputies and the police officers want to come do a job to protect the people that they are sworn to protect. And if they feel that they're not being backed, or if they feel that someone's not going to stick up for them when they do nothing wrong, then they're not going to want to work there. And so what the world needs, what politics needs, and what all law enforcement needs for sure is not just people that are occupying a position. We need leaders. And we need leaders to speak up, tell the truth, and start leading men and women to do the right thing.
Did you want to touch on that, Sheriff?
Yeah, I want to back up what Chad said. And if you're a lousy employer, why do you think you're going to attract people to work for you? It's literally as simple as that. My first year in office, I hired 1,090 deputies in 1 year. Right now, the sheriff's department, they're down 1,090. And all they did is change sheriffs. So there's a big difference. So if there's a leader, be it a sheriff, a chief of police, that people trust and trust your loved ones to work under their authority, yes, they're going to come knocking at your door. If they don't believe in you, your own employees are your number one recruiters, and they're not going to recruit. It's as simple as that.
Awesome. I think that's a great point. Now, we've run out of time. They're giving me the signal back there that we've run out of time. So I want to just say a special thank you for you guys for participating and listening and being an incredible audience. Thank you to the gentlemen on the panel. I really wanted to ask Mike another question, but I guess we'll save it for another time. So thank you, gentlemen. God bless you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
How about that? A big round of applause for Officer Brandon Tatum, Sheriff Alex Villanueva, Sheriff Chad Bianco, and DA Mike Hestron. No. All right, we have one more panel, then we take a break and we're gonna come back with our talker panel. And this one, guys, I am so excited. I mentioned early on that the only person that is appearing here today that I had not met in person is our chief economist, Stephen Moore. He is one of the favorite parts that we have on our Morning Answer broadcast, and I will absolutely say my mom, who's sitting right over there, said, I'm most excited to see Stephen Moore. It's true. So joining us right now is current advisor still, I guess to former President Trump would be the way to put it. He has a great website called committeetounleashprosperity.com. You should get his newsletter every day, and he joins us each week as our chief economist on the Morning Answer. Give a big round of applause to Stephen Moore. All right, let's sit. Sit in the middle.
Let's split, you want to do it split like that?
Yeah.
Whereas, yeah. These things on? Yes.
You guys don't mind if we sit down, right?
We're calling an audible here. It'd be silly for us to stand behind that podium and talk with our buddy Stephen Moore. We could sit here and talk to you. I've been talking to you now for a long time. For you, it was Newsmax show we first started. Then, of course, the Morning Answer, coming on My Real America's Voice. You are everywhere.
Stop following me around.
I do follow
Grant's
you
a
around.
stalker.
And I follow what you have to say. Are you, Stephen Moore, I know you're concerned about the direction we're headed, but how devastating could the direction we're headed be right now?
Well, first of all, love doing your guys' show every
We love it.
Thursday morning.
Every Thursday.
10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific. So thank you so much for doing it. I'll just start by saying I love the state of California. I've always loved this state. I have two sons who live in the state, but I've got to tell you, even just last night, flying into LAX and seeing it's like a third world country airport, isn't it? And you're just seeing what's happening when you have progressive left-wing control of a place. I mean, how can California, this gem, this diamond in the rough, I mean, it's the most incredibly beautiful place on the planet. How can it be so ruined so much by bad policies that people are leaving? You've got to really, I mean, look, I can understand why people might want to leave New York or New Jersey or Connecticut or my home state of Illinois, but how do you screw up California, right? And so
It's been a long road.
Yeah, it's been a long road, and so I still pray that California makes a comeback, but I visited my son in San Francisco. Have you been to San Francisco lately? It's unlivable. What
These
the heck?
people are smart.
Jen, what is going on in the state? Why isn't there responsible governance? And by the way, the biggest joke of all that we're all around the country laughing at, Governor Hairgel Newsom is going to run for president? I mean, really? Is he going to do for the country what he's done for California? So I think we're in a lot of trouble. I really do. By the way, how many, I always get asked this question when I give speeches, so I'm going to ask you this question. You look at all the destruction of the economy that's happened in the 30 months or so that Biden has been president. How many of you think this is intentional? Raise your hand. I mean, I don't know if it's intentional, John, but I'll tell you this. If you wanted to destroy the American economy, you do have everything that Joe Biden has done. So the answer to the question is, this is not a fire drill, folks. This is the real thing. The 220, you know, what was I mentioned this on your show on Thursday. You know, the headline on the Wall Street Journal editorial page when Biden announced that he was going to run for re-election was 4 more years. Sounds like a prison sentence, you know? So, God forbid.
Well, and you know, so many of us in this room, we're still all here in California, right? And so the option is we can either leave the state or we can stay here and we can
Let's
fight.
fix it, for goodness sakes.
Right?
Let's fix this state. Come on.
And so we got to fix the state because I always say, Stephen, that this is a petri dish.
I didn't even know there was this many conservatives in the whole state of California, so I'm impressed.
Pretty good, right? But California is like a petri dish where they test out liberal ideas that then infect the rest of the country. And you only have to look at some of these new energy policies in California where they want to take away your gas stove. They want to take away your gas car. They want to now, in war, take away they want to make our tanks and our military efficient as well. There's one thing about being responsible and green, Stephen, but then there's another thing about putting ideology before people's way of life.
Yeah, in fact, just this morning, I got up and went to get a cup of coffee, and there was the Los Angeles Times in a headline, I don't know if you guys saw it, that they're now going to get rid of trucks in California. Now, so you're going to get rid of cars, you're going to get rid of trucks. And by the way, this is the California Air Resource Board or something like that? Who elected those people? No, seriously, who elected those people? Never again should you allow these regulatory dictators to determine California policy, right? Nobody elected them. This is unconstitutional.
But talk about some of these policies, and I'm sorry, Grant, but I mean, you're seeing real failures here in California that the Biden administration is embracing across the country.
So this is one of my messages when I talk around the country, because I do think this is an incredibly, can you really, imagine 4 more years of this? Really? It would be so destructive to our country. And people get what's going on in California. They're seeing it. And by the way, I'm from Illinois. Did any of you see what happened in Chicago 3 weeks ago? Chicago elected a Marxist mayor who is his solution to people robbing stores and people shoplifting is we've got to solve the inequality problem. You know, he was the head lobbyist for the Chicago teachers unions. By the way, the teachers unions are the evil empire in America, right? They are destroying our schools. What do you think the chances are that the Chicago mayor is going to fix the schools in Chicago? 0, right?
0 chance of it happening. And you were mentioning trucks, and I just want to go back to that. So I owned a trucking company.
Yeah.
It was run out of Dallas, Texas. The only state I couldn't run trucks into was California.
Right.
Because my trucks didn't meet the standards. Right. So what happens? It hurts all of you. They're talking about making electric trucks. 8,000 pounds of batteries you need. It's the equivalent of like 2 cars.
Yes.
To power 30 trucks takes more power than the factory to make the batteries.
Right.
But this is the policy they're pushing in California.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to get into a debate on climate change. I'm going to simply say this, that as my buddy Phil Kerpen, who works for me, says, if the left is right about this apocalyptic future with climate change, then we're screwed. Because none of the things that they're doing are going to do. Does anybody think any of these things are going to change the temperature by even 1/10 of a percentage point? Of course they're not. And why aren't? By the way, I think you all know this. You're an educated audience. Who's the biggest polluter in the world? China, right? China's pollution levels are 4 times higher than ours are. So we're going to solve this problem by decapitating our economy. One of the things, excuse me, I got allergies. One of the things that, you know, when I used to work.
The old allergies trick. How many people do that when they have COVID?
know.
I got
Yeah,
allergies.
it's not going.
It's just allergies.
Maybe we should move our stools.
You know, when I worked for Trump, I'll never forget. I'll tell you a story. The first meeting I ever had with Trump, which was in around October or November of 2015, when he was just getting his campaign going. And I don't know if I've ever told you this story, but Larry Kudlow and I went. He called us and wanted to meet with us. So Larry Kudlow. And by the way, I have to tell you this. I went to that meeting, and I went into the room not liking Trump. You know, I just thought he was kind of a big ego, and he is a big ego, but, you know, I just thought his presidential campaign was kind of a publicity stunt or something like that. But, you know, he was surging in the polls, so Larry and I were curious about it. So we went to, you know, up at Fifth Avenue, Trump Tower, 68th floor, blah, blah, blah. And we spent about an hour and a half, just me, Trump, and Larry, and I fell in love with the guy. Yeah. I mean, he's just an amazing, amazing intellect, and just incredible. And so, anyway, we came with a lot of details that we wanted to, you know, inform him on some of the things that were going on in the economy, and one of them is energy, because, you know, I've written a book on this energy issue. And so I pointed out to him, I said, you know, Donald, we call him Donald at the time, and we now call him Mr. President, I said, if you get it right with American energy policy, within 4 years of your presidency, America can be energy independent for the first time in our lifetime.
Ooh, what happened?
And this is what's so great, though. I'll never forget. Because I'd never met the guy before. He shakes his finger at me. He's angry. He says, Steve, I don't want America to be energy independent. I want America to be energy dominant. And guess what? By the time Trump left office, in 4 years, something that had happened, unless you're 96 years old, that hasn't happened in any of our lifetimes. But how many of you know this? When Trump left office, we were a net exporter of oil and gas. We were exporting it. We were producing so much oil. How many times, I mentioned this on your show a couple weeks ago, how many times do we talk about OPEC when Trump was president? Zero. Why? Because Trump broke the back of the OPEC cartel. How? By producing more oil and gas. And so you want to revive the economy, let's just go drill, baby, drill, mine, baby, mine. Let's get our resources. We're the most energy-rich country in the world. By the way, California, you know this. California has a lot of energy. I mean, for California, you know, this is an old Tucker Carlson joke, but you know what he used to say is when you have your blackouts and brownouts, he said, for California to run out of electricity is like you know, Alaska running out of ice. I mean, how do you have so many resources in this country that you're not using? I don't even get it. You've lived here. Why is that?
My whole life. And because they don't want to they're putting ideology before function and before taxpayers. And this is what I want to ask you, because I'm a student of Stephen Moore. You see why we love him, right? So, Stephen, one thing you taught me is about inflation. And I remember that when President Trump left office, inflation was?
1.5%. 1.5%.
Inflation today, hold on, let me look up. Where's inflation right now?
5.
About 5. Where was it about, I don't know, 6 months ago?
Yeah, it hit a high at 9.2%. And look, this is really important. And again, I don't want to insult you, because I know you guys are following this stuff pretty closely and you get it. But just to connect the dots here, it's not complicated, right? And by the way, Trump is not blameless here. I love Trump. I love a lot of things he did. But I got a secret for you. Trump was a pretty big spender, too. I mean, it's politicians love to spend money, right? And that's so.
There's power with that money. That's why.
Exactly. They derive power from spending money. But anyway, so Biden comes in and he passes 4 massive spending bills of equaling $6 trillion, by the way. That's more money than we spent to win World War II, by the way, adjusted for inflation. This is the biggest spending spree by far in the history of America. And by the way, we didn't need more spending. When the crisis was over, we should have actually been cutting government spending, not raising it, right? And so all of that spending, what did that cause? That caused it's almost like we were dumping $100 bills out of helicopter windows all over the country. People got the money and they spent it. Well, if you get that kind of money into the economy, you're going to have inflation. This is 4th grade stuff, right? And you're going to love this, guys, by the way. About 18 months ago, there was a letter in the New York Times. I swear to God, I'm not making this up. A letter in the New York Times by 12 Nobel Prize economists who said, don't worry, Biden's spending spree will not cause inflation. I swear to God. Now, don't you think those economists should probably send back their PhD and say, we have no idea what we're talking about? So that's what we're up against. And then the Fed had to raise interest rates, and that's wreaking havoc in our country. And what's going on right now, as we speak, Biden is basically holding the American economy hostage by saying he's not going to sign a debt ceiling bill. By the way, I know I've had very different opinions about Kevin McCarthy over the last, and I've known him a lot. In fact, I knew him when he was in the state Senate here in California.
yeah.
But, I've got to say this, and I know people have different. Last week was awesome, passing that bill out of the House, getting it over to the Senate. Let's see what Chucky Schumer and what, we've passed the debt ceiling bill. So let's see what they do. And I thought it was brilliant. I give them high marks. And it's almost like what we've done. I love this. Because, you know this. There's two parties in Washington. There's an evil party and a stupid party. And I'm a member of the stupid party.
Right.
But we were not so stupid last week.
So
we did something smart.
Can I just ask real quick, and I'm sorry, Grant, this happens when we're all together with Stephen, but I do just want to underscore that because we talked about this on the Morning Answer.
Yep.
First of all, how many of you are happy with the performance of Kevin McCarthy and the Republicans so far? I think he's done a really, really good job given the circumstances that he's under, but I do want to underscore why that's important, and Grant, we talked about this. Joe Biden has said he will not, remember the great unifier, Joe Biden said he will not have a conversation with Kevin McCarthy. So now the ball is literally in the Democrats' court.
Yeah, I told McCarthy, I said, Republicans should just go home and don't even come back until, let's see what the Democrats do. You saw that, Manchin now is saying he's not going to vote for this, this bill. So I think that we put Democrats in a really tough spot. But it's very simple. This national debt, when I came to Washington in 1985, working for Ronald Reagan, I was a pimply-faced kid back then. I'm still pimply-faced. The national debt, you can look this up, in around 1984-85, was $1.5 trillion. Jen, it's $31.5 trillion now. And if we stay on I was just looking at these numbers last night. If we stay on the course we're on under Biden, in other words, if we give him that blank check that he wants, we're talking about the national debt by the end of this decade going to $51.5 trillion. That is such a financial disaster. This is a real crisis. It's almost like we're the Titanic headed to this iceberg, and it's a question whether we can turn this thing around before we have something that makes 1929 look like a picnic. I'm serious.
So me, and probably you guys who listen to me know I'm pretty much a hardliner when it comes to spending.
Yeah.
And so I don't
even make me look like a squish.
I do.
Yeah, it's great.
But you rein me back in because there's politics.
Yeah.
But then there's also what is morally acceptable.
Exactly.
What is morally acceptable to me is we shouldn't be raising the debt ceiling. We have plenty of revenue coming in.
Yes.
We have government spending all-time high.
And
Cut the Department of Education, cut the Department of Energy, cut the EPA, cut all of these things.
Get rid of, there's 300, how many of you know this? There's a $300 billion, not 300 million, $300 billion green energy slush fund in the budget that was passed in I call it the Inflation Acceleration Act. And does anybody, I know you know this, anybody know who's running that green energy slush fund? John Podesta. He's the one who ran the Hillary Clinton campaign. They're going to use that money. It's going to filter into every single left-wing group. We cannot win if we give them that money. So we have to stop the green energy slush fund. And the way these guys act, it's unbelievable. So they had all this COVID money, hundreds of billions they didn't spend, and they want to just use it as a piggy bank. Wait a minute. Just in the first 6 months of this year, because the fiscal year, half year ended on March 31st. Do you know how much we borrowed in the first half of this year, Jen?
How much?
$1.1 trillion in 6 freaking months. This is so out of control. And at some point, you're just, people just aren't going to buy the dollars anymore.
I'd like to get your opinion on this one, because when you see government printing money and all this money flooding in, the left thinks they're helping poor people, and they hate income disparity and income inequality and all of these things. Who cares how rich somebody is, as long as you move people to middle class? What do we care if they're billionaires? I love billionaires. The problem is, with all this money being printed, it's all going into the hands of wealthy, wealthy people. If you go to South Florida, heck, in LA, this is all that money for the developers, the billionaires that are moving stuff. Now, it may trickle down, But in the end, these people are getting rich off of government printing money while inflation goes sky high.
Well, I mean, a good example of that is here in California. By the way, if you're not getting our Prosperity Hotline, which you get every morning, I want to sell it to you for $0. It's free. Just go to our website and you'll get it. But we had an item in the hotline the other day looking at the income levels. How many of you in this room have an electric vehicle? Just a few of you do. There's not, by the way, there's nothing.
I'm amazed that that's how
pretty
few
amazing.
it is. I
Yeah.
really am amazed.
How many of you want to buy an electric vehicle? A few of you do. And look, again, I'm not against electric vehicles. My friend has a great.
How many of you want to be forced to buy
Yeah, exactly. So this is the point. They're going to force people to buy these electric vehicles. But if you look at the profile of the incomes of people in California who are buying electric vehicles, the vast majority of people who are buying electric vehicles have incomes over $500,000 or $1 million or more. So this is and we're paying them $7,500. By the way, have you noticed too that, I don't know if this is true in California, but where I live, all the choice parking spots go to the people with electric vehicles? Doesn't that annoy the
Every
hell out of you?
time.
I mean, and they still can't get people to buy these
And
things.
those damn pregnant ladies.
Yeah.
Grant wants to change those rules. So, in our final few moments here with you, Steve.
We're just getting started.
I know.
We always run out of time on your show.
Always, right? And really, truly, his hotline is absolutely fantastic. So you get it at committee.
I want to put a shout in to some friends I met here. Let's have a policy in California that every single parent has a choice of where they send their kids to school. This is the school choice moment. We have 8 states that have gone to school choice, including Arkansas, including Florida, including Wyoming, including North Carolina. You want to turn this state around? We've got to have school choice and let every parent decide where they. And by the way, that would be.
1,000%.
You talked about income inequality. Yeah. The single best way to help low-income people is to let those minority parents send their kids to decent schools. In Chicago, you're not going to believe this. If you read the hotline, you will. That there are 22 schools. There are 22 schools in Chicago. Swear to God, where not one child is reading or doing arithmetic at grade level proficiency. Don't you think maybe we should shut those damn schools down and let parents go to schools that work? So those are my priorities.
And I want to get your advice for the state of California here in a second, but really this newsletter, Committee to Unleash Prosperity.com.
Abolish the state income tax. How about that? Get rid of the income tax in California.
Your advice.
Like Florida does, like Texas does, like Tennessee does. I mean, you're 13.5%. Here in California, you moved to Texas. You know the story. My mentor and my partner, Art Laffer, lived in Rancho Santa Fe, one of the most beautiful places on the planet. You know where he lives now? Nashville, Tennessee. And he said he bought his house, Jen, in Tennessee for just the money he saved paying income taxes in California.
My gosh.
That's how bad.
Is that insane? All right, so what is your advice for California? You're an advisor to President Trump. What's your advice as an advisor to President Trump to get back in and fix this nationally, but also your advice to California?
You mean to get the economy moving?
Yeah.
Okay, just reverse everything Joe Biden has done, right? Just everything he's done, just reverse it. I mean,
flip the switch.
Look, I'm sick of it. I do think that the 2020 election, I'm not going to say it was stolen or not. Everybody has different opinions, and I'm not going to get in trouble like Tucker Carlson did. But I will say this, that it was one of the greatest tragedies in American history. The American people made a big, big mistake. But I'm here to tell you, I think there's a very good chance we're going to see 4 more years, not of Joe Biden, but Donald J. Trump.
Amen to that.
You like it.
I really believe it. Well, by the way, even if you don't like Trump, even my liberal friends, who, look, Trump rubs people the wrong way. I had fights with him all the time, and I consider him a friend. And his antics sometimes are crazy. But you've got to admit, ask your liberal friends, really, do this, when you're debating your liberal friends, say, name what policies that he put in place don't you like? And they don't have an answer to that. Oh, you didn't want to secure the border? Oh, you didn't want to make American energy independent? Oh, you didn't want to cut taxes so our businesses would come back to the United States and create jobs here? Oh, you didn't want the lowest minority unemployment rate and poverty rate in the history of the country? You're against those things? And so, then my friends say, well, yeah, I just don't like the way he acts. And it is true, Trump is his own worst enemy. There's a good and a bad and evil about Trump, but the good is so good, and what he did for our economy. And people always ask me, what's my favorite thing that Donald Trump did? And I'll tell you. Pulling America out of the anti-America Paris Climate Accord, which was a total disaster for America. And the first thing Biden did is put us back into that champion.
Right back in. Well, if you like what you hear, please subscribe to your email newsletter, right, Stephen? And
Committee to Unleash Prosperity. Yep.
What's the website?
Just Committee to Unleash Prosperity.
Okay.
Yep.
And get the books. GovZilla is out
listen
right now.
What time is it on here? 7:30 on
It's
Thursday morning.
7:15.
7:15.
Yep, 7:15 Thursday mornings on AM
The highlight of my
870.
week.
Mine too, AM 590, The Answer. And how much do we love Stephen Moore, our chief economist?
We're gonna win, baby. Turn California red.
Yes.
Let's turn California red.
Now,
So we're going to take a quick break. Back here at 3 o'clock.
we're coming back at 3 o'clock sharp. So we'll have our panel with Sebastian Gorka, Brandon Tatum, and Assemblyman Bill Asaley. See you back at 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock sharp.
Oh, I took a take.
Chuck, can you do a quick announcement? Yeah. We have a found hearing aid. Oh, okay.
We have found a hearing aid, and I'm not kidding. We found a hearing aid, and if you are missing your hearing aid, it's the left ear hearing aid, to be specific. Left ear hearing aid. It's at the sound booth in the back of the room. A left ear hearing aid. So if you're hearing us out of your right ear and you're missing your left ear hearing aid, sound booth in the back of the room. We've got what you need. All right, 1 minute till we restart. 1 minute until our super panel.
Hello. All right, welcome back. Please find your seat. This 9th annual Unite IE conference is pretty fun, isn't it? Yeah?
That's what we like to hear right there.
Just give him 20.
I give him 20?
Give him 20.
I'll expense it. Terry, is that okay? I expense it.
That'll go into our expense report for Unite IE. All right, well, guys, we are like really getting to it now. Who's ready for a big panel? Everybody come on in and take your seats. Welcome back. Now, we've got a panel coming up that is absolutely fabulous. And then closing out the day. Any Pastor Jack Hibbs fans in the house? I'm a fan too. We've got our big panel and then Pastor Jack Hibbs. So it is going to be so much fun. And don't forget, after tonight's event or today's event, right over there, that's where you can go and check out all of the events in that room through those doors, except you're going to have to go the long way, sorry. And get your book signed. Dr. G is going to be here. I think maybe we can convince Officer Tatum to stick around, sign some books. But up next, why not welcome them to the stage? Should we start? All right, this panel, who can turn California around? Well, one guy I am super proud of. He is a friend connected by Don Dix, of course, as we mentioned earlier. And he is rocking it in Sacramento. Please say hello to California Assemblyman Bill Asaley.
Who's next? Welcome.
Just take the first seat. How about that?
Next up on the hit parade, why don't we bring in, well, you just saw him on the law enforcement panel. He does such a great job for Salem Media with his show. Officer Brandon Tatum.
Welcome back. You can sit anywhere you want. Have a seat right there. All right, any America First fans out there? This is a guy I am so glad to call a friend. He is absolutely fabulous. Former advisor to President Donald J. Trump, and now one of our Salem Radio colleagues. Please welcome the host of America First, Dr. Sebastian Gorka. Do you love the Bond music?
Do you know what I think about Dr. Sebastian Gorka?
What do you think?
He's more manly than Sasquatch.
That's actually not bad. That's the first time you've tried it.
Right, not too bad, right?
Not bad at all. Do we want more Dr. G liners on the Morning Answer, by the way?
I'm very expensive.
They
I'm
are.
very expensive.
Way to pay top dollar for those. All right, so let's jump right into it. Start with something that's going on, not just, oh, I like this.
I'm sorry I had to do it. I can't be looking at the back of their heads.
I know.
Take the other microphone down there.
All right, that's fine.
Take the portable one down
I'll
there.
take the whole podium. How about that?
Oh,
There's
there's not another one? Oh, I thought there was.
All right, so let's start with a hot issue nationally and here in California. Assemblyman Bill Essayli just introduced a bill that would require schools in California to let parents know if their kids are identifying as something other than their given name, their given gender. Assemblyman, let's start with you about why you introduced this bill, and then I can't wait to hear from Officer Tatum and Dr. Gorka on this.
Thank you for the question. So I introduced AB 1314, and the reason I introduced it is because up and down the state of California, school districts were implementing policies without people's knowledge, instructing teachers that they may not reveal to their parents if a student is transitioning at school. So we're talking about a student changing their name, their pronoun, using different facilities, and the teachers are prohibited from disclosing it to the parents, and they have to continue referring to the student by their documented information in front of the parents. So I looked into it and I said, where's this coming from? There was a Department of Education memo that went out that suggested students have a right to privacy from their own parents. This has never been stated by any court. There's no law that says that. So, and schools just, they take these bureaucratic memos as gospel and they implement it. So I introduced a bill. It requires schools to notify parents within 3 days if they're aware their student is transitioning.
So I'm still trying to figure this all out. Dr. G, I was on with you on your show, and I said I think they're trying to androgynize America, blur the lines between men and women, but I'm still, just 5 years ago we weren't talking about this like we are now. What is going on, Dr. G?
Well, it's very, very, very easy, and thank you for doing that. That's really very important. We've seen this before. Nobody should be surprised. Why is anybody surprised? We've seen this before. If you know your history, or if you've come from a former communist country, you know exactly where this is coming from. I used to make fun. When I moved here in 2008 from Europe, hoping that I would leave communism behind, I was wrong. And when I came here, my fellow conservatives would say, the socialists are here, the commies are here. And I'd actually laugh. I mean, I would out loud, I would chortle, say, oh, really? Communists here? Let me tell you about communism. Let me tell you about the scars on my father's body from where the secret police tortured him. I don't laugh anymore. I don't laugh anymore. Why? Well, what are they doing right now? What is that memo from inside the Biden administration? It is communism. Whether you go back to Stalin, to Lenin, to Mao in China, we know what they said. They actually said, give me their children and I will own their future. You can talk about God, you can talk about the church, you can talk about conservative leaders, but none of that matters. The only thing that matters in Western civilization, at the bedrock, you don't have God, you don't have church unless you have what? Family. Family is the building block of our civilization. So what must they do? To take over our civilization, what must you do? You must drive a wedge between the parents and the children. That's all that this is about. Think about this. The whole transgender thing is, oh, you feel sad? You don't feel comfortable in your body? What kid feels comfortable in their body, age 12? Right? None of us did. And, oh, you feel sad? Oh, I'll tell you, you're not a boy, you're a girl. But don't tell your parents, trust me. It's like, you know, the wicked stepmother. I mean, trust me, eat this apple. That's what it's about. And if for those who think this is just crazy, you know, Dr. G, I played the clip on my show 4 days ago in the Rose Garden. Biden says the children of this nation don't belong to the parents. They belong to the nation. I mean, that is right out of Mao. That's right out of Lenin. So the question as to why it's happening because they know how to defeat us. The only way they can defeat our civilization is to separate the child from the parent.
And take men out of society.
Absolutely. Officer Tatum, this is something that you talk about on your show quite a bit. Chime in on this effort because it's happening here in California, but this is something sweeping over the entire country. And a lot of it, you'll see manifestos, Black Lives Matter and other organizations, it's just steeped in communism where they pull apart the importance of a mother and a father and a traditional family.
Well, my take on it is that it has everything to do with a spiritual degradation that has gone on in our nation. The lack of retaining God in the consciousness of our country is causing people to become evil. The evil tendencies that people have in a godless society will cause them to want to manipulate children. Because I think it's more about the sexualization of these children than it is about anything else. I said this 5 years ago that they are trying to push pedophilia. That's exactly why they're doing everything that they're doing. They started out with let love be love, and then they want to make you love who they love. And then they're going to matriculate that down to the innocent amongst us, our children. There is no reason whatsoever should a kid be considering taking puberty blockers, questioning their sexual orientation, any of these things. And the reason that they want the parents to not know about it is because parents will stop it. Parents know who their kids are. And they want to control your children and push them into sexual confusion so they can manipulate them at a later date. That's what I believe this is all about. And I think the problem starts with the teachers who don't say anything. There is no way whatsoever on God's green earth I would be a teacher in a school and they tell me to hide that a kid is having a mental crisis from their parents who raised them, who take care of them, who pay the bills to put a roof over their head, who was there changing diapers. My kid is growing up now. It's my responsibility. It enrages me to think that they would have that type of audacity. Teachers are the problem. Parents who are not active become the problem. And we need to stand up as a nation. We need to stand up as parents and grandparents to make sure that we let them know that it's unacceptable and we will not tolerate it.
Brandon, do you think I said, and I took a lot of heat from the leftist media, that I thought that we were under a satanic attack. Now, I'm a spiritual guy. I'm religious. I don't go to church as much as I should. I'll admit that. But I love Jesus. I love God. I actually believe this is spiritual, Brandon, and I believe it is a satanic attack that we were up against. Do you?
1,000%. All you got to do is read the Bible. All you got to do is look at Sodom and Gomorrah. You see that the sexual deviancy matriculates down from adult fantasy into young children. And when they do that and manipulate children, it's because they're empowered by Satan. in my personal opinion. That is no way, form, or fashion biblically sound to treat children that way, sexualize them. One of the commandments is to love your or honor your mother and father. The family is important enough where God addressed it in the 10 Commandments. When they begin to destroy and break down the family because they want to be your God. They want to be your baby daddy. They want to run and control everything that we have in our society in order for them to gain ultimate power. And once they get ultimate power, there is no coming back for us. That's their ultimate goal. It's not because they love you. It's not because they care about the country. I don't even know if we could call it progressivism. It's actually regressive. It's because they want power and authority. They want to become your God.
It's really about reclaiming, and amen to that. It's really about reclaiming parental rights. And want to chat a little bit with both you, Bill Essayli, and you, Sebastian Gorka. In Virginia, where you live, Dr. G, this turned a governor's race, was prioritizing parental rights. So I want to get your thoughts on that. But Bill, we were just, if you read the news today, if you can believe this, in Riverside, right down the street, Martin Luther King High School, there was a transgender male, so biologically transgender female, we need like a card. Biologically a male, identifying as a female, who kept breaking into the girls' locker room, into the bathroom, spitting on the girls and showing his genitalia to them. And what happens? The person who complains gets in trouble for fighting. So my question to you, Dr. G, is what do we need to do in California? And Bill, how can we make this happen when Republicans and just sane people seem to be outnumbered in the state?
I'm going to give you a little bit of inside baseball because I am a resident of the Commonwealth, and I need everybody here to understand what really happened. People say, Glenn Youngkin won that election and, great for Republicans. He didn't. He didn't win the election. He was running, I know him, right? His team didn't want him to come on my show. He waited till the last week. He refused on the show to say, I asked him, do you believe in America first? So like 3 million people across the country you're talking to, and a lot of them in Virginia. He couldn't say, I believe in America first. He said, I believe, he went, I believe in Virginia first. It's like such a cop-out, such a cop-out. He was running a very safe, business-oriented campaign. Get Virginia back to work after COVID. It wasn't about any of the stuff we talk about here. It wasn't about the Second Amendment or pro-life or anything like that. And look, he's a nice guy, but he's wet. He's wet. Why did he win? Because in the last debate, in the last week, between Terry McAuliffe, the former governor, the bag man for the Clintons, and Glenn Youngkin, McAuliffe, like an arrogant piece of excrement he is, said, I don't believe parents should have anything to do with what's taught in the schools. Like, what did you just say, Terry? And somebody on Youngkin's campaign thought, oops, we just won the election. And they took that 3 seconds and they turned it into a campaign ad 6 hours later, and it ran for the next week. And of course, Glenn wins. Because how can you have somebody say, you don't control your children? That's why he won. Why? Because of the mama bears in Virginia who'd been going to the meetings of the local school boards who said enough CRT, enough closing down schools, enough masks. That's why Glenn had the culture war thrust upon him by Americans, and because Terry McAuliffe is a moron and an arrogant one. And let me just be very clear about the seriousness of the situation. In the county I live in, which is the richest per capita county in America, which spends hundreds of millions of dollars on public education, a boy in a skirt raped a girl in a high school. The superintendent of education denied it. He's now been charged with perjury. Moved the boy to another school where he raped again. And who did they arrest? They arrested the father of the first girl who was raped at the next school board meeting. So, look, I may see this through rose-tinted spectacles, and I'm curious what the rest of the panel thinks. I think this is the issue. I think this, to use the popular vernacular, is the most red-pilling issue of all. Because let's admit it, everybody in this room is a freak, okay? You're all freaks, right?
How nice of you to notice.
We're freaks together. Why? because we eat, drink, and love politics. We're not normal. You know you're a freak, right? You are a freak. Because most sane people, like my wife, detest politics. They realize it's filth, it's the gutter. Most Americans do what? They don't deal with politics. They want to pay the car payment at the end of the month. They want to make sure the kid has a new pair of shoes for school. That's normal. Not talking about politics for 3 hours a day. You're nuts, right? But this issue, the transgender issue, let me just say one thing. The removal of healthy sexual organs from children is Satan's work. Right?
Amen.
And even if you don't go to church, even if you don't do politics, you're going to go, what? What is Boston Children's Hospital doing? The premier children's hospital in America. They're what? They're castrating and sterilizing children in the name of what? Health? This, if we're smart about, and I'm not being, Alinsky, I'm just being for the sake of all that is holy and good. If we're smart, this is the issue that helps us take back America.
Yeah. So Bill, what I'm so curious is, I'm with Dr. G, I'm with everybody in this room, it's all common sense. You're in Sacramento. We're like, how many, like 3 others of you, Republicans? Like,
we have 18.
18
out
for
of
this
80.
giant state, out of 80 people. What is that like to go up there? And this is not, I guess, common sense to them, is it?
So I want to pick up on that because I couldn't agree more. I fly up to an alternate universe every week. It's called Sacramento. When I introduced this bill, no other Republican was interested. They said, we don't really want to touch that. That's going to be too controversial. I understand this issue. And to me, this is an 80-20 issue. And I think as a party, if we want to win, we need 80-20 issues, and especially in a state like California where we're outnumbered 80-20, if you will. So they told me, why the hell are you introducing this? You know it doesn't have a chance. I said, I don't care if it passes. I'm introducing it to, number one, make a statement, and to smoke them out. Because we already know what the real agenda is. And if you have them in a room, the Democrats will tell you parents don't have rights over their kids. The government owns the kids. They will not say that out loud. They're too smart to say that. But what I do is I write legislation in a way that makes it very difficult to oppose. And they took the bait instantly. Scott Wiener came out day one that this was a DeSantis bill and he's going to kill it, the LGBTQ caucus. And they labeled it an outing bill. I said, we're not outing anyone. The kids are transitioning at school. Just let the parents in on the plan. So we got a lot of news attention. A lot of parents didn't even know this was happening. So this bill now is getting news attention. People are being educated, and the Democrats have said the bill is dead. And yes, they got the votes to kill it in Sacramento, but they don't have the votes to kill it in the districts. And so we're now going to take this bill, and we're going to go to each school district. So give us about 2 weeks. We're going to have a parental toolkit. We're going to have sample district policy. We're going to have a legal memo. We're going to have Q&A. And we're going to empower parents to go to the local school district and demand that they implement this policy and make every single elected official go on record on which side they're on.
That's how we fight.
Will you come on next week and we'll talk about it on the radio?
You know, Dr. G has a book called How We Fight. That is how you fight. You have to smoke them out.
It's
even
trench warfare, and you have to have the intestinal fortitude because
Yeah.
these people are vicious. I have CHP security now. They've doxed me. I mean, they're relentless. But I've taken on cartel. I'm a former federal prosecutor. They don't scare me, so I say bring it on.
Yeah.
Amen.
Officer Brandon Tatum, switching gears a little bit. Here in California, you may know we have a lot of gun laws. Most gun laws in the nation, yet we still have a lot of crime. We just had a mass shooting in Monterey Park back in January. We're all witness to these school shootings that are happening, and it seems that the message from the left, Democrats in Sacramento, it's all about the gun. They don't want to talk about the mental illness crisis. They don't want to talk about the bad guys. They don't want to talk about evil existing. They want to take away our guns. What's your message to those of us in California who want to keep our Second Amendment rights?
Fight, fight, fight.
Legally.
Legally. Don't punch nobody in the eye and say Brandon told me to punch him. So,
Legally.
yeah. So, and I love this guy, man. This is what you need in your state. People that's gonna stand up, that have courage, that's not a coward. I cannot believe that there's some Republican people that are saying, oh, it's too controversial. I cannot stand it. That's why I can't be a politician, because I would probably be fighting literally. But we all know the agenda that they have for the guns, right? I mean, how would you name a society that is controlled by the government that have guns? It don't exist. They take your guns first, so then they can do whatever they want to do to you. They could tell you shut up and get locked in your house for 3 months if we feel like it. If you don't have a gun, if you don't have anything to protect yourself, they don't care what you say. You know, you can talk all you want. They'll use the state against you. It is a ploy to disarm America. It's not to help young people not be killed by guns. Name the last time you've seen them come out and cry on television and hold the panel for the violence that happened in the inner city. Show me a video. They talk about mass shootings. There was a mass shooting in Alabama not too long ago where there was, I think it was maybe 6 or 7, 8 people that were killed, 8 other people in critical condition, 30-some people shot. It didn't even make the news. Young boys in the Chicago takeover. 2 boys got shot in that Chicago takeover. Nobody's talking about it. Young black men are getting killed and laying face down in the street every day in Chicago by the tens. I mean, every day you have people getting killed. They don't talk about it. Gun violence don't matter in that spectrum. But then when there's a shooting at a school, they want to make it about gun rights. If you look at the statistical data, most of the shootings happen with handguns. By far. After that is knives and sharp objects that people get killed by. And then there's hands and feet. And then there's AR-15. So why are they going after the AR-15? Because it's big and it's scary, and people are dumb enough to be afraid to give up their constitutional rights to appease the public. And then once they take the AR-15, guess what they're going to do next? I already did it in Canada. The real stat is that handguns are the biggest problem. Then they're going to take your handguns because they already set the precedent by taking the AR-15. We have to understand that the founding fathers weren't stupid. And I believe they were inspired by God to write these things with the provision or the vision that we will have challenges in the future. The rights that we have are not given to us by the government. Our constitutional rights have nothing to do with whether we have the rights or not. The Constitution gives guidance that the government cannot thwart what God has already given us. We forget about it. The Second Amendment, that's just a document to tell the government you better stay away from us. Shall not be infringed, or else the people should stand up. This is the hill that I will die on. If you try to come and take the AR-15, any of our guns, but the AR-15 is the one they're gunning for. You come and take it, that's the hill I'm gonna die on. You will not get my gun. Let me pass the mic, because y'all know I have a 3-hour radio show. I'll talk all night.
I said it, the law-abiding citizens aren't going to give the guns up. You think the criminals are going to give the guns up? I don't think so. You know, there's a story when I was at the NRA that the Emperor of Japan was thinking about invading the United States during World War II. They said, we can't invade the United States because everyone has guns. And then Gordon Chang was on my Real America's Voice.
Hang on. What was actually said was the admiral told the emperor, behind every blade of grass in the United States will be a rifleman. That's why you don't invade America.
Obviously, he's much better at this than I am. I oversimplified it.
I'm a bigger gun guy.
Yeah. So Gordon Chang was on my program on Real America's Voice last night. I want to ask Dr. Gorka about this because it goes into both things. We're talking about invasion of Taiwan, and he says, if I was leading Taiwan, I would give every single citizen of Taiwan a firearm. That was from Gordon Chang. And it plays to both Second Amendment and national defense. Dr. G. What do you think about that?
Well, look, I'm just going to steal from Officer Tatum because I was actually making notes here because I always come to these events to learn from my colleagues. What you said about you did it not because you're going to win, but to make a statement and smoke them out. That's my next bumper sticker, smoke them out, right? And what you said, as soon as I get off stage, and I'll give you credit because I'm a nice guy, I'm going to tweet out what you said, which is just genius. Name me one dictatorship where the citizens are armed. Doesn't exist. I mean, from the Third Reich to Stalin to Venezuela. What did Venezuela do in 2012? In 2012, they banned private gun ownership. Oh, well, that's interesting, isn't it? So just do the flipping math. An unarmed citizenry are subjects. They're not citizens. So what's the question?
You're doing a good job so far.
You know what I did yesterday? I had to come out to this event. They make us do these every year. And I said, okay, well, I'm going out there. And my buddy held the biggest suppressed, fully automatic weapons convention in Phoenix. I was in Phoenix yesterday shooting machine guns with silencers. So that's how much I'm into this thing. But why? Because my dad, who was tortured by secret police officers in a dictatorship, escaped because revolutionaries liberated him from the dungeons of that political prison. And as free men, he was a man, I was a child, he taught me to shoot as soon as I could safely handle a weapon. I mean, I was taught to shoot literally as soon as I could pick up a rifle and shoot. Why? Because you are the guarantor of your liberty. The AR-15 isn't about self-defense. It's not about hunting. The reason they want to ban the AR-15 is not because it's scary, but because the AR-15 is how you stop the government. It's very simple. It's how you stop a dictatorial government. So what was the question?
So you know what? I'll ask you one question because I had a listener over here who asked me. She says, "What's your favorite firearm? Or what would be good for me?" And I said, "Well, for home defense, whatever you feel most comfortable with is the best home defense gun." But I said, carry for you, I said, I love my SIG P365. I've told you that before when I carry. How about you, Dr. G?
Oh, I can't choose. I mean, they're like, I love them all. I love them all.
It's like asking your favorite kid.
No, it's, I carry a 10mm Glock because it's the best caliber. Car Firearms is one of my sponsors. They're custom 1911 America First. Is just beautiful. It's got President Trump on it. It's got me on it. I mean, I'm a little biased. Look, but your point is the point. The gun you need is the gun you carry, the gun you keep on the bedside, is the one that you shoot accurately with.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Doesn't matter whether it's a 44 Magnum or a 22. If you're accurate with it and can control it, that's the gun you carry.
You know, before we move into to nationals,
we can talk guns for the next 3 hours.
Because I want to actually bring up a little bit of gun issue for you, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, I want to say something on the guns.
Yeah, because I want to highlight real quick, and then you'll jump into it, I promise. This guy went to office with a briefcase full of stuff ready to go. And I want you to tell people, because we have to keep ourselves informed in this room about what's going on in California, the piece of legislation that you, again, smoked out the Democrats to try to crack down on people committing crimes with guns.
Yes, so they say Republicans are against gun laws. I'm like, no, I'll give you a gun law. So I wrote a bill to reinstate the firearm enhancement in the state of California. If you use a gun to commit a serious felony, 20 years mandatory minimum. If you hurt or kill someone, 25 to life. It's a gun law. And we have all these fake activists in Sacramento. There's a group, Moms Demand Action. And I met with them, and they had all these bills they're pushing. They want tax guns and do this. I said, you don't have my bill on your list. Oh, what's your bill? It's like, oh, you don't want to punish the people using guns to hurt people? And it was just like, no, we can't do that. Silence. By the way, these groups, they never get meetings with the Republican electeds because they avoid them. I say, no, bring them into my office. I'm going to smoke them out. And now they avoid me in the hallways when I see these. I said, Moms, you like gun laws, right? So I went to the Public Safety Committee, and they killed my bill. And the wife of the Attorney General of the state of California sits on this committee, Mia Bonta. She represents the city of Oakland. I cited the statistics on gun violence in the city of Oakland. I discussed a grieving mother who had her son killed by gun violence, and she said, I cannot heal until there is justice. And they don't even have arrested the guy who killed her. And Mia Bonta, she reacted. She, don't talk to me about moms in Oakland. They're more worried about their kids getting picked up by the police and thrown into prison. And so what we have to do is, I don't play in people's arena. I make my own arena. So you want to talk about minorities? Minorities, brown and black people, represent 2/3 of all violent crime victims. Why don't you care about them? The victim is not the person pulling the trigger. It's the person getting hit with the bullet. And this idea that prosecutors and police are racist is complete crap. I don't determine who pulls the trigger of a gun. I read the case and I file the charges based on conduct. So we need to turn this narrative. It is not racist to hold people accountable. It is not racist to hold people, send people to prison. It is racist to ignore the victims that are dying each and every day. So ask the Democrats what they're going to do about that.
Brandon, you want to pick up on that? Because clearly it fits right into what we're doing every day.
Well, you know, I can't add more to that. That was a brilliant display of intelligence and common sense when it comes to gun laws and the way we should enforce them. You know, you should go to prison if you shoot somebody with a gun. I don't understand how that's, but they have this concept called restorative justice. Now, I understand. I have family members who are in prison. I talked to my cousin. He actually called me this morning. He's in prison because he shot people with the gun. He shot multiple people after an argument that ensued. Now, he claimed that it was self-defense. Regardless of what he claimed, he was a prohibited possessor, convicted felon. He had no business having a gun. He had no business shooting people. And so he went to jail. I love him. You know, I miss him. That was my big cousin. But I do understand there's consequences for actions. If you're going to own a gun, you need to be responsible. That's not some far-fetched reality. But to your point, they don't care about gun violence. They just want to take your guns. These young people are getting, it's like a war zone. And black and brown people that they claim they love, similar to what you said, are the ones that are the most victimized. And they don't give a flying flip about it. And I love that you stand up for it, because somebody got to stand up to these cowards and tell the doggone truth.
Yeah, there are a lot of cowards in California. Not in this room, though.
No, there
Not
are
in this
fighters
room.
in this room. Let's switch gears a little bit to national security, because you touched on it, Grant. I'm interested to know what all of you on the panel, maybe just a one-word answer, think is the greatest threat to our country right now. We'll talk to you.
Joe Biden.
Yeah, well,
That's
let's
too,
take that one off the table. Dr. G?
Domestic or external?
One of each.
External, China. Domestic, the Democrat Party.
Bill Asaley.
International, it is China sending fentanyl to our country to poison us. It's intentional. They could stop it today. Domestic is apathy. Most people in this country don't care what's happening to the country. So,
Brandon?
I think we all agree that China is a big problem, but here is cowardice. I think the biggest thing that's hurting us are people are cowards. And I hate to say it, you can always overcome cowardice. Once you hit rock bottom and you realize what's at stake, you can come out of it. There's people, none of y'all in this room, because y'all perfect, everybody in here going to heaven. I'm talking about somebody down the street. They're afraid to stand up for what they know is right. I would argue 90% of people in America, there's 10% that are lost causes, but 90% of people know what is right. They know what is true, and they let their family members talk them out of it. They let peer pressure talk them out of it. They let losing friends talk them out of it, when they should stand strong and have courage, be brave and not be a coward, and stand up for what's right, and we can win our country back easily.
Can I just say add to that? So Tucker Carlson was with me and my wife on Friday night with 2,500 other people. Our closest friends. Before he got fired, he was the keynote speaker at the Heritage Foundation's 50th anniversary. And if you haven't watched the video, has gone viral, like everything to do with Tucker in the last week. Watch the 21-minute video of his speech. Go to Heritage Foundation and watch it. He says something really, it's amusing, but it's also true about courage and cowardice. He said, there's no big deal if a guy runs into a burning house to save a baby. Because we're trained to do that. We all fantasize about it. You know, I'm so manly, I would run into that, you know, burning building. You shouldn't think about it. It's, if you've got testosterone and a pair of testicles, that's what you do, right? What real courage is, Tucker says, is the guy who's working at Bank of America who refuses to put his pronouns in his email signature. The guy who says, no, I don't do that. Everybody, thousands of people across the corporation are putting their pronouns in their emails. No. That's real courage. And that's what we've lost.
You know, we talk on the show all the time, Jen and I do, about being bold. Sometimes for some of you, just being in this room will be bold. I'm sure you'll go back home and tell your friends, oh, I went to the Unite IE conference. What's that? A conservative? What? They look at you like you have three heads.
Can I, on this pronoun thing, I have a quick funny story. So this is how they get you as a new elected in there. So I'm there, I'm the vice chair of the Judiciary Committee. And the committee staff comes to me and say, we're going to give you a bill that's going to pass. So what is this bill? Technical corrections. And I look at the bill, it's changing all the phrases of him and her to they and them. And they said, oh, it's a cool thing to let you carry this. It's going to pass, get signed by the governor. I said, they can take their bill and shove it. I'm not interested.
So that's the example of being bold and being principled. So what Tucker went through, I think in the end, he probably was somewhat censored. He was getting frustrated about it. There were arguments. Same thing happened to me at Newsmax. That was really the downfall of me. I didn't want to do some certain things like attack Tucker Carlson. Have you guys run, Brandon, especially in policing, I tell police, you better decide now what's going to happen when they tell you to do an unconstitutional order. Don't wait until that decision. You got to make it on a spot. Know now. Did that ever happen in policing where you had to find your principles and maybe buck the system?
Well, it never happened to me. I worked for a really good police department, and nobody even considered violating somebody's constitutional rights. You go to prison over stuff like that from what we were taught. So I never really had that issue. And I think in law enforcement, by and large, you're a citizen too. It's not like you put on a uniform, you somehow, a part of another country or something. You have to live in this country. You have to observe the rights. You believe in them. That's why you had the oath that you swore to, and you uphold that. I want to just jump to something real quick that I think is important, because when I said that people are cowards, I want to make sure I'm very clear. You don't have to get on the table and scream and say, "Look at me, watch me roar," and for you to have value. You have to work smart too. If I get on the YouTube right now, I reach about 30 million people a month on YouTube. If I got on YouTube right now and I just went crazy on there and said whatever I wanted to say at whatever time, they will ban me from YouTube. And the thing that I observe is that I have to be smarter. See, I don't have to play their game, but I have to be smarter. Therefore, I can still reach 30 million people.
Brandon, I thought I was smart on YouTube. I mean, I feel like I'm a pretty smart guy. They blew my account up 2 weeks ago. Deleted it. I can't even log in. It's not suspended. It's at my YouTube TV. They shut down my account. I interviewed a COVID nurse who witnessed things, and I guess that was the straw that broke the back. Literally an interview like a journalist, and they shut me down. So God bless you for finding the secret, because it's so important to be there, because you reach so many more people than in the vacuum.
1,000%, but you have to be wise about it. And I know it gets tricky, but some things I don't talk about on YouTube because I cannot afford to lose everybody at once. I take people to another platform and then we can have that conversation. There's a platform called Rumble. You can go on Rumble and say whatever you want to say. I can go on the radio and say whatever I want to say. Sometimes I'm like, are they gonna fire me or what? Because I'm hot today. But you have to work smarter, right? The approach may not be to stand up on your job and say, you know what? F these pronouns. Maybe that is your calling to do that. Maybe that is the point where you could stand up and make a fight. But maybe being on your job and being the light and teaching people about the gospel of Jesus Christ. That's just my opinion. It's maybe not worth for you to lose it all, but you can still chip away at it. But that's not the same rule for everybody. You got to look in the mirror and look at yourself and say, what am I called to do? What is my strategy to be most effective? How do I pre-plan and outsmart the enemy to be effective? Not everybody have to have a social media platform to be effective. Not everybody have to talk crazy to their mother-in-law in order for you to get your point across. There are certain people that I talk to like I do on the radio. I tell you like it is. I tell you how I want somebody to tell me. But there's other people, like my father. I don't argue. I've never in my life had an argument with my father. One out of respect and then the other one out of fear, right? I remember them whoopings. So he still got it in him. But when I talk to my father, I do it in a way that's conducive for him receiving what I'm saying. I don't argue with him. I give him a little information here and there, let him digest it. Yeah. He says things to me that I think is absolutely nutty. And I just listen, and I listen, and I listen. And I let him talk, and then I ask him an important question. I'll say this, and I'm going to shut the front door. If you, as my friend said, shut the front door. Because it almost sounds like I cuss, right, when I shut the front door. But I'm going to say this. I just think about how Jesus would communicate with people. He would do them a lot of times in parables. He don't have to come out and just tell you you're an idiot. Once he starts to talk about and express a parable, you will gain revelation in your own mind and begin to answer your own question. Do I really have to tell you how dumb it is to transition your kids? Or can I give you a scenario that's fitting for your mind to understand, and you will be able to understand it a lot deeper without me sounding like I hate you? Because people will not listen to you if they think you hate them. They have to love and respect you first. Dennis Prager said something at this event about Christianity or something, and I remember thinking like, oh, I disagree with him on that. However, I love and respect Dennis. I can receive everything he say without turning him off completely because of my love and respect for him. And I want us to remember that. Let me pass the mic. Go ahead, take it.
Well, I actually want to drill in on that because in this room, we have so many people who are part of activist groups. We have a lot of people who know what it's like, and it's a unique challenge to be a conservative in California. I go out and speak to groups all the time, especially to women, and they go, ugh, the intimidation, the animosity, the fact that I might lose my job makes me stop talking to people. And I really believe people need to buy you. They need to buy your message. You need to appeal to people, as you were saying, Brandon. So I'll start with you, Dr. G, with Seb. What is your advice for California? And I know we've talked about this a lot, but real advice that people can take away with them to have conversations about important issues in California when the other end might not be wanting to receive those messages.
Look, Brandon's right. You have to decide what your role in life is. My son, who's smarter than I am, taller, stronger, as it should be with every son of a father, he said to me a couple of times, Dad, why don't you just have the other side on your show? You know, why don't you kind of reach out and invite Nancy on?
I'd buy tickets for that, by the way.
Yeah, that'd be a pay-per-view. And I explained to him why there's no point. You know, it's a party that you cannot have a conversation with. If you think it's okay to sterilize children, I can't have a conversation with you, right? So, and I've come to peace with it. I think even my children have come to peace with it, that my job is to give you faith. My job is to keep you fighting. I've chosen that as my role in life. You know, there's a reason that in my Twitter bio, I'm called Mr. MAGA. I was in a post office in Virginia, and this old wizened woman stared at me, and I thought, oh, great. It's going to be a crazy lib. And then she walks up to me and says, Mr. MAGA. And so I accepted that. That's my job. But I know it's hard. But here's my message. I was at an event in New Hampshire, and in the Q&A, this nurse asked me a question. And she said, I work in a hospital where I have to help on abortions. And there's, these moments where you're not talking, but, the good Lord is just giving you a script. And I didn't have to think about what I said next. I said, Madam, I understand. You have a job. You've got to pay the rent. But you're the one who's going to stand in front of God. Not the doctor, not the hotel administrator. You will have to account for your actions. And that's not a cheap shot. It's trying to put things into perspective. Yeah, you may be in California, but you will answer. Nevertheless, we have to reach out to people who are undecided. And the thing I say is, so as a member, there's a member of my family, she's 24 years old, very intelligent, went to the best schools, massive lib. But she's prepared to have discussions. We were in New York last weekend, and she was with me in the bar with my daughter till we shut the bar down. And I don't drink, okay? We were in the bar, sitting there, having a soda water. And she started engaging me, very actively engaging me on really tough issues, abortion, crime, gun control. And then I just started asking questions, just totally Socratic, when she said about police, killing black people. And I said, how many police officers, how many black men unarmed were killed by police in America last year? She had no idea. And I told her, 17. 17 out of 20 million engagements. And then I asked her, what's the most likely cause of death for a black man under the age of 30? Is it being killed by a white cop or a white guy? No, it's being killed by another black man under 30. Why is that? Why is it that the most dangerous thing for a white young man is, the biggest cause of death for a white young man is? Drugs. No. Most common, it's not drugs, it's accidents.
Accident.
It's car crash and drowning, right? For a black young man, it's murder by a fellow black young man. Why is that? We've pumped literally $7 trillion into the poor minority communities since the Great Society, and we have the same rate of poverty. Why is that? And I could tell that she had not asked any of these questions. So the best thing you could, if you're not a rabble-rouser like me or these guys, is ask the right question, because we need to bring them around to us. And if they don't know that Planned Parenthood kills 800 million kids a year, but are mostly located where? In black ghettos. They go, why would they put them in black neighborhoods? That's a bit weird. Oh, because of who Margaret Sanger was. She was a racist, right? Let them come to the right answer by asking them the question they will never ask themselves.
So I want to ask Bill and Jan a question, because what I get from a lot of this is actually hope. On my national program, a lot of people tell me, you make me feel hopeful about America. We're the greatest nation in the world. They're never going to take it from us. I promise you that. I don't always have that same hope for California. Jen knows she gets mad at me about this, because I worry about this state much more than I worry about the United States of America. Jen, you're the best at this. Why should we have hope for California? And then I want to get from Bill's perspective, too.
I think we have to have hope in California because you push the. Oh, hi.
Do you do radio?
I love her.
I do this for a living. Everybody hear me now? The mic on? Just kidding. I do this because I have hope that we live, because I look around and see all of you. And I see that there are people willing to fight in this state and that we cannot afford to let it go. If we go, I say this all the time, California's a petri dish for the infection that runs across the rest of the country. If we don't stop things here, we lose our country. And I'm not going to stand for that. That's the hill I'll die on, Brandon, because I'm not going to watch the country that I love go down the hill, and it starts here in California. So I look for incremental opportunities. We're not going to turn California red overnight. We're going to take back pieces here and there. I look to this area, the Inland Empire, and I see conservatives making a difference. So we're not LA County. We're going to celebrate that. We're going to take it to the school districts. We're going to take it, claw back members of the assembly. We're going to start to win those races back. And we're going to stop the insanity, because if we don't stop it here, we don't send a message to the rest of the country, we lose the country. Bill, I know you wanted to chime in on that.
Yeah, no, this is something I give a lot of thought to because I am in the super minority. And the job of this minority is to become the majority. And so I think about this and I watch what's happening. I think politics today is completely different than how it used to be. It used to be about candidates. You have a good candidate, you run the right candidate. It has become so tribal and brand. People vote their party. And I look in California and I see, people don't vote for Democrats. They vote against Republicans. The Democrats are so good at brainwashing people into making us appear to be a hate group. That we hate everyone, we're anti this, anti that. None of it's true, and so I look at that and I say, how do we use their own tricks against them? So number one, I would say we need to all go in on an issue. We fight on too many fronts. I think parental rights is the issue. This last election, they went all in on what? Abortion. That's all we heard about the whole election. It was, abortion, abortion, abortion. I think we should go all in on parental rights. That's number one. Number two is, I think to your point, we got to reach people where they are. And I have a lot of friends who are Democrats and liberals, or they think they are. Yeah. But when you sit with them, take them to dinner, take them to lunch, have a conversation. And I just had dinner with someone from LA, and they've been a Democrat. They don't really think about it. And they asked me questions. Oh, you're a Republican. Yeah, let them ask you questions. And we talked about gun rights. And we talked about all kinds of stuff. And they said, "Wow, I've never heard anyone explain it so reasonably." Like they didn't disagree with anything I said. So I would say, be less hostile.
No.
I'm with Dr. G on that.
Well, I mean, if you're trying to persuade. There's the thing about elections, there's persuasion and there's turnout. We don't have enough Republicans to turn out. They all moved out of the state. So maybe we're not going to convince them to become Republicans, but you know what we might convince them to do? Get out of the Democrat Party. Yep. In California, you could be a registered NPP, no party preference. So why isn't there some campaign to drive Democrats out of their party and into the NPP? Because I will tell you, these lobbyists in Sacramento are so dumb. When you sit down with them, they do one thing. They pull out a book and they say, "What's the registration?" And say, "Oh, Democrat +5, they're going to win." That's the end. That's their not. But I'm like, yeah, but you have 20% who are no party preference. You have no idea where they are. So let's drive people out of the Democrat Party. I don't have a magic bullet. I'm just telling you some things that have gone through my head, and I think Don Dix was onto something with the Neighbor to Neighbor program.
It's fabulous.
These
guys right here, Denise and Glenn Payne,
Yes.
helped write that.
Yep. Everyone wants to do something massive on a national scale. Just do it at a local level. Do it in your neighborhood, at your school, at your church, at your synagogue, at your mosque, at your workplace, whatever. And just influence a few people around you, and I think that will be contagious.
And don't forget that boomerang, you can flip it real far, but it's always going to come back. And when you break somebody, it has to get that bad. Larry Elder will always say that. It has to get that bad here in California, and we're on our way for it to come back.
On this trans thing, how many of you have Spotify? Almost everyone has Spotify. There's a new podcast I just listened to. It's great. It's called The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling. It's a fantastic podcast. And it's really interesting because she says at the beginning when she wrote her book, she was attacked by the right because her books were satanic and witchcraft. Now she's attacked by the left because she believes in women's rights. And so listen to that podcast and send it to a bunch of friends, and I think it will change their perspective. And she's a liberal. She's a liberal. So, they're not going to listen to a podcast probably from Sebastian. Sorry, the Democrats will just turn it off. But they might listen to J.K. Rowling. So I like to use their own stuff against them.
All right, so finally, doing a little wrap up here, we want to talk about the 2024 election because it is here. And let's talk about it from a national perspective, and then we'll drill down in California. So Brandon Tatum, is it the year of Trump? Is he going to be reelected? What's going to happen over the next year?
Yeah, it's a very hard question. If it was up to me, yeah, of course it'd be Trump. I'd vote for him 20 times if I could. I'll say this. I want to make it real quick and concise. I want to hear the rest of the panel, but initially I was getting a little frustrated with Donald Trump, with him going after DeSantis, and I was getting frustrated because I feel like that we need to win, and we don't need to waste time having these pointless arguments with these idiot leftists and going after athletes. And I really wanted to see Trump just change it up just a little bit. Not that he's not going to tell the truth and be who he is, but man, do you really have to kick yourself in the head every other day? I wanted him to change, and so I'm not gonna lie, I was thinking DeSantis, and I was a little high on him. I said, you know what, maybe he can be the person that convinced some of the people in the middle, because they've made such an incredible effort to hate Donald Trump. And when they indicted him, it sparked something in me that reinvigorated how I saw Donald Trump in 2016. And I said, you know what, that man did everything he could. He sacrificed everything that he had, reputation and all. That man could be sitting on the beach right now, loved by everybody. He sacrificed all of that to make us a better country. And when I see them come after him and attack him, I feel like they've attacked us. And I feel like we should be so on fire, not for Trump, but for America. We should be so on fire to say you're not going to kill the spirit of America by going after him. And so I think in 2024, with the way I feel, with the way I think a lot of people in America feel, given what they did to Donald Trump, given what his track record has been in success, that if it's fair and honorable, he will win. If we pursue it with all we got, with no excuses, he will win. If we, let me say this, because y'all gonna get mad at me right here, but just you'll get over it. You'll like my next video or something else I say. I know that we had issues in 2020. Stevie Wonder can see that we had issues in 2020. But I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, we have to move forward. Because our people are still talking about stolen elections, in elections today that aren't stolen. And some people are feeling as if I'm not going to show up because it's rigged anyway. And if we have that mentality, we will lose. They love to play us and push us out there like, yeah, they stealing elections. Look, the machines are doing this and doing that. And we don't show up. In Arizona, Kerry Lake lost by like 14,000 votes. I know there was some weird stuff going on, but the power of the people is greater than any level of cheating that they can ever do. I promise you, if we show up, don't worry about things that you cannot control. Worry about getting your butt out there and putting your vote in. Let me say this last part and I'm gonna move on. We have to stop feeling as if we only have one opportunity on election day to vote. I said 1,000 times. I think it's a mistake on our part. If you had a campaign, a person giving donations, and you say, hey, you can only give a donation in person on this one day, versus another campaign that said you can give a donation through the mail, you can give it through for a whole week, and you can give it on this day. You choose. How many people are going to donate with a flexible measure versus an inflexible measure? I told people, they looked at me like I had three heads. I said, do not only show up on election day unless you're prepared for what may happen. Are you going to sit out there for 6 hours? Are you committed enough? Are you healthy enough? Because there are people that are not healthy enough to sit out there in the sun for 3 or 4 hours. Be honest with yourself. They did it on election day in Arizona. People showed up. We only showing up on election day. The machines didn't work. And people walked away from the election. They could not endure. They could not travel across the city. We have to be smarter than they are. If ballot harvesting is legal, ballot harvest. If grandma is saying, I'm tired of the Democrats, tell her to mail it in before she changes her mind. Go early. Me and my wife went early. We went a day early because I said, something happened. I still got tomorrow. We'll go fix it tomorrow. We got to come out. We got to show up. We got to show out. Get your grandma out. Get your cousins out. Get your auntie out. Do all you can to get people to turn out to actually vote, and we'll have the best chance possible to win the election.
So I agree with everything you said, except I don't believe the machines just broke. I think all this was by design in Phoenix. I really do. Because it was a setup job. Arizona the worst. I was told by plenty of lawmakers that they were going to fix the problem. And it's not just Arizona. They didn't fix the problem clearly because it wasn't fixed for last election. Dr. G, my biggest concern is we have not fixed this system. I agree on early voting, but now they want 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks of early voting. At some point, there's got to be, look, 2 weeks early voting, fine. That's how they do it in Texas. No big deal. But what do we do, Dr. G? It's not fixed.
I agree with Brandon 50%.
I love you anyway.
I know. We'll have a cigar later. So it's going to be President Trump who's the nominee. The latest Monmouth poll 2 days ago had him 42%, in front of DeSantis. Ron has shown himself, he's disgraced himself on Ukraine and on the Bragg indictment, utter disgrace. As the governor of the state where the president resides, you're going to give a press conference where you say, I'm not interested in this issue, I'm not going to get involved. As a former JAG prosecutor for the Navy, that is the most reprehensible statement you could make. And it's completely unpresidential, and it's actually childish. Anyway, he's toast. Does President Trump become 47? Yeah, I mean, Brandon's absolutely right. I mean, I live in Virginia. This is run by a Republican. We have 45 days of voting. That's insane. That's insane. We're running the state, and we have 45 days. But to say the power of the people is enough to fix this is not true. I mean, God bless the American people. But let's look at Arizona and forget the Dominion thing, okay? I'm not interested in the Dominion thing. Democrats have been stealing elections old school since JFK's father, Joe, bought the dead votes in Chicago. That's 70 years ago. Can we just get with the program? We joke about Philly, Chicago, Baltimore, Detroit stealing elections for the last 60 years. We don't have to go to computers. They just stuff ballots. I mean, 81 million mailed out ballots standing in piles on the stoops in the apartment buildings. What the hell do you think they're going to do? Right? But when the RNC that's running the election in Arizona on the day of the election runs out of printer cartridges, I mean, come on, what, they don't have a Staples account? Then it doesn't matter how long you wait in line. The bloody ballot station closes and there's no printer cartridges. So this is my real concern. I have two real worries, and I don't want to be a downer, but I decided I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I have two very serious concerns. Ronna Romney McDaniel is a disaster who works for the Swan. President Trump warned us, mailing out 81 million ballots is the recipe for disaster. We did nothing. A couple of good guys I know as lawyers volunteered after the election. Well, it's too late after the election. You can't do anything. I mean, we should have camped out in the polling stations with a cot, with a sleeping bag, a month in advance, watched every stinking mail-in ballot come in, stand next to it, verify the signature, verify the identity. We did nothing. We tried to fix it afterwards. You can't fix it afterwards. So, the GOP and the RNC, number one, and we have to, where it's legal. I mean, President Trump just said this last week. Where we can't fix it, we have to outgame them. We have to out-ballot harvest them. It's very simple. And then the other thing, which isn't part of the question, but, I talk about this on the show every day. My biggest concern, if we win, is then what? Right? You can be the dog that catches the school bus. But then what? And my real concern is personnel. When I worked in the White House, the chief of staff, a former Marine Corps general, and it breaks my heart, was a saboteur. Mm-hmm. The chief of staff of the president was sabotaging President Trump and me and everybody else who believed in the will of 64 million Americans. Members of the cabinet were seditionists. We now know the CIA acting director worked with the chief foreign policy advisor for the Biden campaign to get 51 intelligence officers to sign a letter saying the Hunter Biden laptop is a fake. I mean, Watergate? Are you kidding me? This makes Watergate look like a tiff in a playground. The CIA collaborated with a campaign to quash a story that would not have got that candidate elected. We need a bench, and we need a bench now.
For sure. All right, we are running out of time, but Bill Essayli, your thoughts on 2024 here in California?
No, I agree with everything that was said. I heard this a lot in California. Why should I vote? It doesn't matter. We have to vote beyond the margin of fraud, is what I tell people. Because if you don't vote, you've already lost. So what's the alternative? There's no alternative. We have to win, and we have to win big beyond the margin of fraud. That's what I say. If you're worried about the corrupt elections, you can go be a poll worker. How many of you have been a poll worker? Go work inside the machine. You can see what's happening. You guys don't realize a lot of races are won on the margins. Greg Wallace won the state assembly race. That was a tough seat. It was a pickup for us. He won by 85 votes. 85 votes. We lost a Senate seat up north by less than 20 votes. So I know a lot of times you guys look at it, it's so big, massive. Less than 100 votes decide the outcome of these elections. So we have to fight for every single vote, every single ballot. So, and yeah, I agree with you, Doctor. I was in the U.S. Attorney's Office when President Trump won. That week, we had a hands-on meeting. The U.S. Attorney appointed by Obama reassured us everything's okay. It's under control. She's in contact with Maine Justice. Nothing to worry about. The swamp from day one was against President Trump. But I don't think he'll make that mistake twice. I hope he would go in and clean house. What people don't realize, I was an intern at the White House in 2008, and the first thing they tell you is you serve at the pleasure of the president. You don't need a reason to get rid of you. Day one, he can clean house, no reason. I think it was a mistake when he went in and he tried to work with the swamp. You can't work with the swamp. You got to drain the swamp. So that's...
Thank you, Bill. I know real quick, Brandon, and then we'll wrap.
Real quick, I just want to say this point to give us a little bit of hope. You know, when I talk about Arizona, you know, and me and Sebastian disagree just a little bit, but let me just explain to you just real quick. 14,000 votes she lost by. Do you understand that the governor, Doug Ducey, won by 300,000 votes when he was in office, when he got elected? That man refused to support Kari Lake. He refused. Karen Taylor Robson raised like $19 million running against Kari Lake in the primary. When she lost to Kari Lake, she refused to endorse her. How many Republicans did not turn out for Kari Lake? I want to know. I want their names. I want to know who they are. Not that I want to dox them, but I just want to know who they are. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't need to dox them, but I just want to know who they are. I want them to look themselves in the mirror. Because how many people said, I support Doug Ducey, but since Doug Ducey didn't support Kari Lake, I'm not going to vote for Kari Lake. When Kari Lake came out and spoke about the McCain Republicans in Arizona, how many of those McCain Republicans got in their feelings and got hurt and said, I'm not going to vote for Kari Lake? I honestly believe with the cheating that we could have soared over Katie Hobbs if Republicans can come together and show up to win and have a victory. I don't care, even if DeSantis was the primary person. I mean, a frog could be the Republican candidate. I'm voting for the Republican because we need to win. All right.
I'd vote for a rock over what we have in the White House right now, I think.
It's more alive than what we got.
That is right. All right, a big round of applause for our panel. How incredible are these guys? Officer Brandon Tatum, Assemblyman Bill Essayli, Dr. Sebastian Gorka. Thank you, guys.
And really a giant thanks to all of you for showing up. Without you, none of this happens. Not our radio station, not any little victories, nothing. So God bless every single one of you in this room and all our sponsors as well. Thank you so much for your support too. We got still the room open.
Jack Hibbs
oh,
coming
Pastor
up,
Jack
yeah.
Hibbs is here, yes. Yeah, we see it. Good job, man. You were awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Even though you yelled at me.
Yes, even though I yelled at you. There was only one dumb bill, but the other one's
All right. Everybody, stay on your feet. We are so happy to introduce to you our keynote speaker today. Big special thank you, by the way, to our sponsors, Western Electrical Contractors Association, the America Great Store, Miles Financial, DeHart Construction, United American Mortgage. Ed Hoffman is here. And now it is my pleasure to introduce to you our keynote address from Pastor Jack Hibbs. He is the founder and senior pastor, Calvary Chapel, Chino Hills. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome for Pastor Jack Hibbs. Hi, thank you. I'm so glad to see you.
All right. Okay, are we over time, right? We're supposed to end soon, or we overdue? I'm gonna put somebody's notes here somewhere else so I don't grab them. Father, we pray, God, that you would take the truth that's been spoken here today and that you'd put it into action. You're the God that introduced us and spoke to us in your word about faith. Faith is an active verb. Doesn't mean we sit around and think about it. It means we believe it and do it. So, Father, we pray that you'd give us your word today as we end this. And we ask in Jesus' name, and all God's people said, Amen. Okay, so listen, I'm grateful to this organization. They invite me to come back every year to do this. Sometimes I can, sometimes I cannot. I do think, though, after I'm done speaking today, they'll never invite me back again. For this reason, I appreciate everything that was being said by the guests that were up here a moment ago. I really do, and I'm on that wavelength, but let's remember something. If you know who the God of all creation is, who says, I establish kings and I take down rulers. Nobody governs anywhere without his approval, says the Bible. Now that ought to unnerve you, because many of us remember when Barack Obama said, we're just 5 days away from fundamentally changing America. And I would submit to you, outside of George Washington, Barack Obama has been the most effective president in this nation's history. I'm not saying for good, bad, or ugly. I'm saying this. George Washington fought and gave birth to this nation, and in a way, his spirit lives in the hearts of all patriots. What I'm concerned about is that for a very, very sinister reason, Barack Obama's agenda continues today. Have we fallen for the trick to laugh and to make memes and to repeat over and over again that Joe Biden slurred his words, he couldn't find the steps, he got off Marine One and went the wrong way, and everybody laughs and everybody memes and everybody says, what's going on? Do you not see through that? While we're all looking at that and saying, oh my goodness, how could this happen? There's a puppet master behind the whole thing. I mean, think about it. And it may not even be Barack Obama. I think he might be a puppet. The point is this. Look, I'm a pastor. I was born and raised in not only this nation, but in California, when California just by itself was a nation. Key economics, everything about it. And this nation, as it was having its birth on the east coast of the United States, 1730s, 1740s, the Great Awakening, the pulpits of America, do you know this? The colonial pulpits of the 13 colonies, according to England, according to France, according to American historians, it was the pulpits that were bringing fire to the hearts of the citizens regarding liberty. Did you know that? Or did you just think that liberty was born in the heart of a politician? The least likely politician of them all was a guy by the name of Samuel Adams, who Thomas Jefferson said there would never be a revolution without Sam Adams. He's the only one that understands liberty. And then when Sam Adams was questioned, Sam Adams said, I didn't understand liberty until I listened to my pastor, Samuel Davies. That's how I understand it. Sam Adams said, And while that was going on the East Coast of the United States, do you realize that you're sitting in a state right now in California at the exact same time from 1740s out to 1778? Father Sarah was planting mission stations up and down this state. California is the only state in all 50 states that has actual mission stations where the gospel was being preached to the natives in this state. Same time. On both ends of the continent, something was going on. And when you look back at history, you come to the conclusion, like the whole world knows, that there has never been a greater experiment in liberty and freedom than the United States of America. That's a fact. We are exceptional, not because we're arrogant, it's because God did something here. It's not us. It was the God of the Bible. And I know that in a gathering like this, you may doubt that, but you won't be able to doubt it within the next 5 seconds. Read the Mayflower Compact. If you want to know about the people who founded this nation, before they got off the Mayflower, they wrote a 2-paragraph declaration of governance called the Mayflower Compact. And they wrote it down, and you can read it. I will fight, and I will continue, and I will press on. I've got kids, and I've got grandkids, and I heard every one of these guys give a great answer, but the truth of the matter is this. It's God who reigns in heaven. That means we don't sit it out. God will give us leaders that we want. That's clear. Read your Bible. God gave Israel the leaders that they wanted. And we look around our nation today, and for a long time, we have had leaders be viewed by us, I say us as Americans, like they're going to bring in the kingdom. And it's never going to happen. Should we elect good people? Yes, we're commanded to elect good people. Proverbs 29 demands that we elect good people. But do we understand that the salvation of our state or nation is not going to come from Sacramento or Washington, D.C.? Tatum said, stand in line in the heat and vote if you have to. Gorka or somebody said you got 45 days in Virginia to vote? What's wrong with them? Do you guys remember when we voted in one day? We could do it. What in the world has happened? And the talk about President Trump being reelected, that's not going to happen unless God allows it to happen. Listen, you say, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. I just know that the God of the Bible installs kings and he removes kings. But I also know from the Bible that the Bible says God listens to what people want. And if they don't want what he wants, then he gives them what they want. That's a scary thing, everybody. If God says, look, you won't leave me alone on this issue. You want me out of court, I'll leave. You want me out of your schools, I'll leave. And now we've come to that very thing that's one of the key institutions that God invented. Not even sure if you know this or not. God invented government. It's in the book of Exodus. God says this is how people are to be governed. And you know, it worked so good that it wasn't until the last 70 years that Israel had a police department, because for thousands of years they had God's law. They didn't even have a police department. They had the law in their hearts. That's what God wanted. Oh no, we need to pass more laws. We need to pass more gun laws. We need to pass more laws on ammo. Pass all the laws you want. It's not going to stop one bit of crime. Man's heart's got to be changed. That's the only way. If you really care about this nation, you're going to stop whining about what's wrong. I think Assemblyman Bill said it well, and I agree with this 100%. You want to overwhelm a cheat? Oh, listen, the cheat's coming. It's already programmed. The companies that do the cheat are doing it just like they did it last time. And someone said it up here in the panel, nothing's been done to fix it. Do y'all know that? And here's why I'm not going to probably be invited back. Every election that our church has been involved in, and if you don't know, then that's just fine. I'd rather have you not know. But we get involved up and down this state. And I got to tell you, the number one opponent that we have had over these last 30 years in electing people to local office. By the way, you want to win? You want to win for real? Start in your local office. Start in your school board. Listen, start in your county board of supervisors. Start with your congressman in your state assembly. Start there. Well, what about the White House? Listen, for me, the White House is down the road, because if I win local elections, then my grandkids are safe. Are you hearing me? If every citizen in this state or nation decided to do the right thing, it would eventually hit Washington, D.C. And so listen to this. Our biggest opposition has been not only the RNC coming out of Virginia against us, but the California RNC. We're the ones. I picked up the phone and I called Dennis Prager and I said, listen, Larry Elder's the only guy that can get a hold of Gavin Newsom and defeat him in this recall. Can you ask him to run? Dennis said, no. I said, what if we do it together? He said, okay. And Dennis and I reached out to Larry Elder and said, you've got to run. Larry said, come to my house. I went to his house and he said, tell me why I should run. So Lisa and I, my wife, we sat with him for about 4 hours and we told him, pointed out all of the things that he's achieved in life. And I said, you want to lose it all? Or do you want to fight for it? And so you guys know the story that in 2 months, Larry Elder raised over 27 million bucks in 2 months. And Larry was going to be the next governor in the recall. And before 2 o'clock in the afternoon on election day, the media was already declaring Gavin Newsom in a landslide victory. Listen, here's the deal. We got no help, zero help. Did you know that we could not get the Republican Party in this state to support Larry Elder? They fought against him. Did you know that? Don't send money to the Republican Party. Send money to good candidates. Don't send money to the Republican Party in Washington, D.C. Send money to good candidates. Listen, you don't like what I'm saying? I'm telling you the truth. So when this state, under Democrat leadership, passed ballot harvesting, Gina Gleason came to my office from down the hall and she said, it's over. It's over for us in California. They just passed ballot harvesting. We'll never win again. I said, what is it? She told me what it was. And I said, let's call our attorneys who know this stuff. We called the attorneys and I told them. I said, is it legal in California? Yes, it's legal. It's a horrible rule, but it's legal. And so if you guys remember, Mike Garcia ran in a special election. It was the first time we used ballot harvesting. We used the Democrat law passed to defeat you. We wound up using it in the 25th district and Mike Garcia won. Then we did it again. Then he won. Then we did it again. And Young Kim won. Then we did it again. We spread the news to other churches. And then Michelle Steele won. And then Darrell Issa won. And then others won up and down the state. And this last election, they won so much. Ballot harvesting worked under a godly leadership where we documented everything so well that Fox News came to our church and CBS News came to our church because they had heard that the DNC was suing Calvary Chapel Chino Hills. They came and they looked at everything, got it on camera, and they said, what the heck? Everything you're doing is better than what the Democrats are doing. There's no story here. We're leaving. And they left. There was never a lawsuit. We took what they invented. We defeated them at their own bad law. And so we're going to be hosting a big event at the Huntington Beach Hyatt. On our dime, we're inviting pastors up and down the state of California to bring their wives. You got to bring the wives because the pastor will not come without his wife. He'll play it safe and hide behind his golf clubs. When she finds out that she can get away from the kids for a night at the Hyatt Resort in Huntington, paid for, she'll bring him. Eric Metaxas, Kelly Shackelford, myself, and a few others, Harmeet Dillon, we're going to be teaching churches on how to ballot harvest in a way that honors God and takes back the state of California. You can't sit it out. You have got to be engaged. If you sit and criticize and you never go fight for what our forefathers gave us, then you're not an American. And I mean that. See, that's a strong word. Listen, if I draw blood from your veins right now, do you know what I'll find? I'll find out that you have Germanic blood. Maybe you've got Polynesian blood. Maybe you've got Slavic blood. But you know what? Portuguese blood right here. If you pull blood from each and every one of us, not one of you will have any blood type, DNA marker that says American on it. Not a single one. To be an American is a choice. And if you choose to sit it out, then what on earth are you doing here on this planet? This is a republic. This is not a democracy. I'm sick of hearing this stuff on the news media, by the way. It's a democracy. It's a democracy. Our democracy's in ruins. Stop talking like that. We're not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic. And every time you hear that word, know this. The reason why the courts are doing what they're doing, and the reason why politicians are doing what they're doing, and why high-tech moguls are doing what they're doing and getting away with it, is because there is no active U.S. Constitution today. To be an American is to choose to obey it. There is no law that is going to make you obey it. Alexa de Tocqueville said, America is great because America is good. The moment America ceases to be good is when America ceases to be great. John Adams said the Constitution and our form of government is given for a religious and a moral people. It is wholly inadequate for the governance of any other. So listen, this is what I've come to say. Deuteronomy chapter 28. I am reading to you now, nearly 4,000 years ago, a document. Now it shall come to pass, if you diligently obey the voice of the Lord your God, to observe carefully all his commands, which I command you today, that the Lord your God will set you on high above all the nations of the earth. And all these blessings shall come upon you and surround you, all because you have decided to obey, you've decided to obey the voice of the Lord your God. Blessed be you in the cities, and blessed be you in the countryside. Blessed be the fruit of your body, and the produce of the ground, and the increase of your herds. So you shall abound like no other nation, and increase, for your cattle and your offspring of your flocks shall be beyond measure. Blessed shall you be in your wheat fields, and your ability to produce will be matchless. Blessed shall be you when you come in, and blessed shall you be when you go out. The Lord God will cause all of your enemies who rise up against you to be defeated before your face. You know what? I read that today and it made me sick, and I wrote it down right here. Are you aware that the United States hasn't won a war since 1945? They shall come out against you one way, but they will flee 7 different ways from you. I will put the fear of your enemies in their hearts. The Lord will command the blessing on you and all of your warehouses and all that you've set your hand to do. And God will bless you in the land which the Lord your God is giving you. Then all the nations of the earth shall see that you are called by my name, and that you shall be feared. The Lord will grant you plenty of physical goods, as well as blessings in the health of your body. I will do the same with your increase of your cattle and with the produce of your fields. I, the Lord, will unlock to you good treasures of the earth and in the heavens above. I will give your land rain in each season so that it will produce a blessing. I will bless you so that you shall lend to other nations your wealth, but you yourself shall never need to borrow from any other nation. And your wives will be blessed in bringing forth the fruit of their wombs that have made them, and I will have them come to full term and grant you a great and mighty people. But it shall come to pass, if you do not obey the voice of the Lord your God, to observe carefully all his commands and his statutes, which I command you today, that all these curses shall come upon you and overtake you. Cursed you shall be in your cities. Cursed you shall be in the country. Cursed you shall be among your crops, and your ability to produce will diminish. Cursed shall be the fruit of your body and the produce of the land. The increase of your cattle and the offspring of your flocks will fail. Cursed shall be you when you come in and when you go out. The Lord will send upon you, your leaders, confusion. I will rebuke all that have set their hand against me until you are overtaken by your enemies. The Lord will allow you to be struck with consumption, with fever, and with inflammation and plagues. And as for the heavens, which are over your head, they shall become as bronze. And the earth, which is under your feet, shall be like iron. The Lord will withhold the rain from you and from your land until the dirt turns into powder. Because you have forgotten me, I will cause you to be defeated before your enemies that seek your destruction. And you shall be engaged to a wife, but another man will lie with her. You shall build a house, but another man will live in it. You shall plant vineyards, but another man will pick its grapes. Your sons and your daughters shall be given to another people, and your eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all day long. They have been taken from you. You shall carry much seed out into the field and cast it, but gather little harvest in. The sons and daughters you have had, they shall not be yours, for they shall be taken away into captivity by your enemy. Locusts shall consume your trees and the produce of your land. The aliens who is now among you shall rise up higher than you and above you, and you shall decrease before them and become lower. He will lend to you. He will be your head, and you will be his tail. All of this shall come to pass if you do not obey my voice, to keep my commands and my statutes, which I have given you in my word, all this because you did not determine to serve the Lord your God with joy and gladness of heart for all the abundance of everything that he has given you. Listen, we live in the most comfortable, the most blessed nation on the face of the earth, even right now in the midst of everything. According to the experts, they're telling us, they don't even know the book of Deuteronomy, they're telling us our days are numbered. What's it going to take for us? Listen, talking about registering to vote and getting out the vote and getting involved is actually a really ridiculous thing to be talking about, because this is what you should do. This is what we should do. Do you not have a family? Do you not have grandchildren? Listen, maybe you live alone. Do you not have an apartment? Do you have something to defend? Do you have something to care for? In these last few years, the soul of our nation may or may not have been sucked out of us with the way COVID was managed. I'm more afraid now of our government than I am of any virus. They might be waiting for me by the time I get home, the way things are going these days. Ladies and gentlemen, how do we get here? We forgot God. He's not coming on Air Force One. Are we to do the right thing? Yep. We better start with the ones that God cares about the most first. Jesus said, if anybody offends a little one, it would have been better for that person to have never been born than in the day of judgment. And all up and down this state, our church has become the spearhead of parents calling us and saying, can you say something to the Mariposa County? Can you say something to Riverside County? To San Bernardino County? Can you say something? When we find out that our kids are being, without our knowledge, being exposed to drag queens in school class, go home and ask your kids. This is not, I am not making this up. Today's Saturday. Thursday, in Riverside, a mother found out from her 7-year-old son that for the school year, once a week, the teacher was bringing in a drag queen to read to the kids. When she found out about it from her 7-year-old, she called the school And the school told her, what happens in the classroom, and I quote, is none of your business. No, don't gasp like that. That gasp tells me you're not asking people around you the right questions. It's time to get your nose into other people's business, like your kids. Ask them what's going on. Friends and family, we're in a war. And I'm not saying this because I'm a pastor. By the way, where's the signal? My internal alarm is saying I've gone over. Have I gone over? What does that mean? Yellow means what? 10? Oh my goodness. Okay, so listen. No, I'll end on time when he does his thing. So we can sit around and look at how sad Joe Biden looks. We can condemn Kamala Harris all we want. We're being played for fools by both parties, in my opinion, but also by the nations of the world. God loves us so much that I think this is what's about to happen. 3 months ago, I was told by a renowned financial advisor, I'm not going to say his name. He said, all that needs to happen for the United States, for the gears to go into motion, for the gears to start spinning towards a collapse of the United States, would be 3 nations to divorce themselves from the US dollar and buy oil with their own currency. Because you may or may not know, but to buy oil in the world, no matter what country you are, you had to take your rupee or your peso or your rubles or your yen and convert it to US dollars before you could buy oil. We make a lot of money as the dollar being the chief currency. That was 3 months ago, ladies and gentlemen. I've lost count of how many nations have ditched the US dollar. You want to know why they ditched it? Japan was the latest. Because we can't be trusted. Because we can no longer be the leader. We're sitting here right now, and if you think that we have wealth, you're delusional. Because wealth right now, either A, is actually being borrowed from a bank and you live in it, or the currency that we might have is being propped up. Our liberties and our freedoms. Home of the brave, land of the free. Really? You got to stop and ask yourself, is that true? Do we conduct ourselves like it? And then we have the greatest military on earth. I do believe we have the greatest military on earth. Here's the problem with military. The problem with the military is that it's run by politicians. So Abraham Lincoln's correct. If this nation ever fails, we're too strong to be defeated from any nation on the face of the earth, he said. The only way America fails is if she decides to fail from within. We are hanging on by a breath, ladies and gentlemen. And we need to fight like we've never fought before. And for those of us who are older, we need to stop thinking, well, I've done my part. I'll leave it to the next generation. You can't think like that. We got to fight like there's no tomorrow, but we have to fight like there's the next 100 years. And I, for one, understand that God gave birth to this nation. Our pilgrim fathers said, let's try something. Let's take the God of the Bible who made his promises to Israel. Maybe he'll adopt us. And he'll do it to us. And he did it. These things will befall us if we seek to obey him. But if we forget him, I think you see what's happening. Can you join me in prayer, please? Father, We're asking you in the name of Jesus Christ, the crucified Savior and risen Lord. We're asking you, Father God, to hear and be reminded of the prayers of our Pilgrim Fathers. Starting with Richard Hunt in 1605 and the preaching of the gospel to the Virginian Indians all the way out through the colonial period. God, hear the prayers of John Harvard as he started a school to teach pastors how to preach the gospel. And now today, Harvard University doesn't even know their roots. Hear John Harvard's prayer. God, hear George Whitfield's prayer. And God, of all people, we were told that Ben Franklin was nothing but a womanizer and a very smart, hedonistic guy. But yet in his old age, it was Ben Franklin that said, we've done nothing but bicker and argue. God gave us a victory at Jamestown or Yorktown. And since we've had victory, we've had no ability to agree on anything. We must break off this consultation and seek the almighty friendly hand of God. And it was Franklin that called the first prayer meeting. Dear God in heaven, I pray that we would pray for this nation, and after we get up off our knees, we would get to work to see just maybe, you might hold back the increasing tide that's rising. We repent of our sins. We ask you to forgive us. We ask you, Lord, to preserve and to protect the unborn. We ask you to heal our land and the enemy in our midst, oh God. We pray that you would send them confusion, that we might turn our heart and our nation back to the Almighty God, and that your word and your gospel would be proclaimed from coast to coast and border to border without molestation. Dear God, we're not asking you to bless us. We're not that arrogant. We're asking you to put it within us that we would bless you. In Jesus' name, and all God's people said, amen. Thank you guys so much.
That's Pastor Jack. Hello? Hello? There we go. That's Pastor Jack Hibbs. So earlier I said, do we have hope? If that doesn't give you hope, and even more importantly, confidence. That's how I want everybody to leave this room today. Confident with where we're headed in the future.
Strength to continue the fight. Thank you all for coming today. A big special thank you to our sponsors one more time. Western Electrical Contractors Association, Dave Everett.
The American Great Store.
Miles Financial, Billy Miles, my new buddy.
DeHart Construction, Kathy DeHart, thank you.
And of course, our friend, United American Mortgage, Ed Hoffman. Thank you all so much. Don't forget, the room next door is open. Go see the groups, and I have it on good authority. Dr. Sebastian Gorka is outside signing books out in the hallway. So continue to enjoy this conference, but thank you so much for attending.
Thank you, loyal listeners.